welcome to the puzzle stream. Let's solve some puzzles. So today we're going to open with a collaborative level that was published by one of the developers, being Funked, whose puzzles we've played before on this stream. It is Global Puzzledemic vs. Acorn from last July, a tribute to Majestic Acorn, who is also another puzzle level streamer, an excellent puzzle streamer, in fact, who has built quite a nice community of puzzle makers around his stream. And hello, Monokuma, welcome. So we'll see how this goes. This is going to be co-developed by Grakowski, Waldemir Emristen, and Funked. Looks like it's a 5-minute record. We can expect puzzle stacked on top of puzzle. And we'll see how it all connects. Okay, Majestic, and there's an acorn in the bottom right. Something blowing up as well, and some icicles that are slightly out of the way. Okay, checkpoint. As you can see, there seem to be 4 different exit doors that all have a damage check at the end. And so it is going to be a multi-segment level with multiple puzzles, we can assume. One involving Sword and Flower, one involving Pow and Buzzy Hat, one with the Chomp Stumps, which, well, it seems like the Chomp is just barely out of reach there. And one with SMB2, so let's avoid the safety coin for the time being, and let's just go top left. And there is a face, and it's telling me to go right. Let's go right. Ah, yes, okay, so I remember this, in fact, because this was Grakowski's segment. And I actually did previously play this, or something very much like it, something very similar to it, as a level in itself. This is kind of a condensed version, I think. It's slightly different. It's not quite the same thing. So let's see if we actually remembered a solution to this part, given that we had in fact solved it before, many weeks ago. The block here should allow you to take a crush death, I think, even though it is a jump block. It has something to do with being able to take a stump, or becoming tall, actually, with the Fire Flower, and being able to reach up there and shoot a fireball at the ice block. And in order to do so, we do need to place some objects here and there, I think. But, first of all, let's do this. Okay, bomb there is going to toggle the on-off switch. And no, it's not, actually. It's not going to do that at all. Okay, I think maybe we shouldn't have taken the sword up front, but SMB2 Mushroom would allow me to pick up the spring. The spring allows me to traverse in this location, and it would also potentially allow me to do something with the flower. Actually, no, let's try to bounce the flower. I think that's what it was. Yes, the bounce interaction here brings the flower up, and welcome, Meng. Hope you're enjoying this while also simultaneously watching the 5YMM streamer that I just recommended a few minutes ago, given that I saw them playing 5YMM when I started up over here. Okay, Firefly is going to allow me to tap the block up top so long as I'm in a standing rather than a crouching position, I think. In order to do that, we will take the SMB2 mushroom. Oh yes, because we'll need the SMB2 mushroom to go through there eventually in order to grab the stump. The problem is, currently, I think I blew my chance at that because of activating the on-off switch here prematurely. Whoops. Let me just check one thing here. Yeah, you don't actually need to crouch, that's fine. You do it in that order. The issue now, however, is that we don't have a way of dealing with this whole thing here on the right side. given that we already expended the item that came out of that location. However, this does allow you to go up once this has been deactivated, which we'll need to do another way. Yeah, it's not quite the same as the fully developed Grokowski puzzle that was based on the same tree concept, I think. I believe that one had some other complexities involving the way you would tap items across the tree. But it's been a while since I played that one, so I don't quite remember. I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have seen the other 3 segments of this level that were developed by the other 3 makers, though. So once again, let's see what's going on with the right side with the on switch there, and why I seem to be unable to... oh, I see. No, I needed to get this out of the way first, I think. But I can't do that unless... let me think about this. Yeah, ground stomp as Link can do quite a lot. I can actually tap the flower can go over to the right side. And then we'll see. Glitch, this is part of a 4-part level. And it's made by 4 different makers. This is Grokowski's section, and I've played something very similar to it before, because he does have a fully developed puzzle that's almost exactly like this room, but I think it's a little bit different. So yeah, you should recognize this part. And I have played the Grokowski Acorn level before, but I have not played the other 3 parts of this puzzle. And yeah, and I don't really remember the solution to this one anyway, so we're starting relatively fresh. That's nothing. We know the right side is a bomb. We know also that currently I would need SMB2 mushroom in order to pick up the stump on the left, so we can't expend that yet. I think this will have to be first. Oh, so Glitch, you have played the whole quartet then, because I haven't played the other 3, I'm pretty sure. No, let's just lower this. And then tap this. There we go. Yeah, and then I believe what can happen now is that I can tap the flower all the way across. And that I don't actually need the flower to be the thing that activates the ice block. Because instead what I'm going to do is use it to activate the bomb. And I think using a flower to bounce continuously on this block is what makes the bomb activate the on-off switch, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, so that works. And you saw the playthrough, but you're... Okay. Yeah, so you haven't solved this one yourself, but you have seen the full playthrough of it. I get it. Okay, so now we still need to get through that ice block over here. In order to do that, we can do a couple of things. We can somehow move the flower, which... I wonder if we throw another object in here, if we can do that. And yeah, that's one of my favorite things about this level as well, that the tree becomes part of the solution, and that the path just works perfectly to make that happen. That's one thing I did remember from the original solution as being particularly interesting. Okay, so now I need to get across over there. And in order to do that, I am pretty sure that I need to get the flower somehow, possibly by throwing the spring, actually. If I throw the spring onto the right side, it should pop the flower over to the left. And so, if I take this now, I think... Ooh, no, we can't do that, because we need the stump last. And in order to get the stump last, we can't do that. In order to get the stump last, I think we need to do everything with this guy. Actually, no, the stump, you don't actually need SMB2 to do it. You can do it with Link. But you need the bomb in order to pop the flower in the first place, so Link has to come first. And so we've got a couple of things sorted out here. We know how to grab the fire flower, but I don't know what to do with the stump afterwards if we use the fire flower to pop this block. So I think part of the ordering might be wrong here, and that we need to rethink how we actually manage to get the stump going here. It might be that we need to pop the stump in a similar way as how we popped the flower. Because now we have a bit of a problem, you see. That also that without SMB2 and without the ability to grab the spring, we can't actually come up here anymore. Unless we find some way to take damage. Also, you'll notice that the flower actually has to come last, because if you take the flower, you go through a door, then you pop the ice blocks over there. And so I think I needed something else to go to the right to pop the flower, and then... yeah, so the ordering was a little bit off, I think. Might need to rethink this just a little bit here. Instead of using the flower to pop this... I don't think we needed the flower to pop this. I wonder why I felt that was necessary, because if we do everything else first and then we drop the spring on top of here to activate the bomb for the on-off switch, and do that last, then we can do the SB2 mushroom last and then head over for the stump. So I think I do understand how to do this now. I don't recall it exactly, but I remember just enough about the more notable elements of this puzzle that I think I can do this segment fairly quickly. Alright, let's go back and do this. Link is going to have to come first. Fire Flower can come second, I think. Link or the Fire Flower has to come last. Actually, I wonder if the SMB2 mushroom could have just picked up the flower from below. Let's redo this. Let's redo this. Because if the SMB2 mushroom can just pluck the flower, then you can transition between those directly without touching the sword, and then you can use the sword last. I'm going to test this very quickly. This is just a test. Because you can change the order somehow, like this. Nope, you can't actually pluck it. But maybe if you did a few things differently by taking this first. Whoops. Jumping up here. And yeah, we will need Fire Flower for this. We can, however, still use the spring to pop this guy over here. The problem currently is that I don't know a way to get the Fire Flower next without expending the Master Sword first. One thing that can be done, however, is to use the Master Sword on top of the spring and maybe carry a bomb up here and blow it up that way. I remember that vaguely that the way you use each item is actually slightly counterintuitive, and that you don't match everything to its usual intended purpose with each of these 3 power-ups. So we'll see. I think I just have to solve this whole thing from scratch. But we know that ending with the sword is fine, because you can do a ground pound on a stump at the end to compress it. You can go through the door, and then you can use a bomb to blow up the ice coin blocks over here. So it's okay to do Master Sword last. If you do Master Sword last, however, you need to think about how you actually get the flower. And that's something that we currently don't have. And yeah, because Master Sword gives you bomb pops the flower. And I do remember escorting an item across here to be part of the solution. That's the other thing, is that I do think that in the layout that I played, which may not be the same as this one, that was part of the key. Couldn't Link's bomb also trigger a note block? The note block doesn't do anything. The note block is purely a crush. Oh, you mean this note block over here? Yes, it does. But there's a bounce interaction with the bomb that doesn't activate the on-off switch, or didn't when I last tried it. I'll show you. And one came in. Yes, that's true that you can't pull a bomb in that location. I actually remember running into that now that you mention it. What you can do, however, is you can go through the door and then you can pop back out the door to have a partial respawn, though, right? No, you can't because of Divine. Divine... Let me think about that, because the door and Vine priority is actually slightly different in this game than it was in Maker 1, and I can never remember which way they changed it. But I'll show you what happens with the bomb. Oh, actually, maybe it does work. I wonder why it didn't work before... Yeah, as you can see, the bomb doesn't activate for some reason. I think it's not sufficiently compressed in that location. There's something going on there that makes a bomb drop not work, but other items do work. And it's a weird edge case here. And yeah, Glitch, now that you mention it, with the Vine going up that additional tile, I think you may be right, that it should have priority. In fact, the Vine should prevent at least the bomb from being activated. Yeah, the Link Bomb kills the bomb, actually. That's a good observation when it came in. That's what happens with that timing, in fact. And that's why it would not activate. So let's redo this. Like I said, I have solved some variant of this puzzle before. But I do remember that it was a little bit different, though, because there was some kind of slope interaction that forced you to escort an item across the tree, as I recall. We probably need the spring here, however. And everything else, we'll see what we can do. But the spring being dropped in this location, we know actually pops out the Fire Flower, which is good. So let's think about the priority again. We can destroy the coin block in a couple of different ways. We can use a bomb if we take damage as Link. But in order to do that, we need to be standing on top of the spring, and in order to do that, we need to do SMP2 first. That's fine then. The problem is that we don't really have a way of dealing with a stump afterwards unless we're very careful not to lose Link. So the way I'm thinking about it is this. That if you take this, for instance, the issue is that if you drop it here right now, you're not really able to get it back. But we can do kind of a partial solution and just fix the order as we go. Let's say you grab this. Let's say you take Link, you can go up here and you can punch this with a bomb. But... And the other thing, too, that you could do is... You could go for Link first and then pick up SMP2 and then go here. No, the thing is you still fundamentally need something to deal with the stump at the end. And... I don't really remember what it is. So, we'll just... reconsider this. It's not going to be this. You can, of course, move this guy. I don't think this will do anything. And, of course, I do know about the flower escort across the tree that had to come across to me because that's how we did that previously. But I think it was enforced differently in the standalone version of this. Like, in the standalone version of this, Grikowski had some kind of slope slot that was on the right side of the tree. This was months ago, so I don't really remember. But what we can do, remember, is that Link can also tap this. And yeah, it's a little bit different, Glitch. I can't necessarily assume that this solution is going to work like the other one at all. Because it's just different enough that it might be something completely different with this combination of items. And you forget the bombs for Link range. Yeah. Well, here's the thing, is that if you use the bomb to blow this up, you can just, you know, stand with Link over this. Would be a little bit execution dependent, but it can happen. The other thing, too, though, is that if you do all this first and you go through the door... I think the vine actually only prevents the bomb. Otherwise, that would just be a soft lock, right? I think the vine only prevents the bomb. Like, I don't think door priority works the same way it did in Maker 1, if I recall. And yeah, no, Glitch, I know that in the other version I sent the Fire Flower across the tree. I just don't remember. Or rather, I don't know if in this variant that's also true, because it's different in some very subtle ways. If I'm thinking about it like this, I can get through the door independent of which item I have, and I can just come back for a power-up, right? In theory. Like, it doesn't really matter so long as I have access to the door, which means I'm allowed to finish with the Fire Flower. Because if I finish with a Fire Flower... well, I mean, I'd still need to deal with the stump, so never mind. So, let's think about that. Let's also acknowledge the raid from Netcat. Yeah, Netcat, hope the Cat Gang has been doing well. You mean drop the bomb? Yeah, actually, no, that's what it is. It's within 2 blocks. I remember doing that, actually. I specifically remember doing that when it came in. That is absolutely what it is. Because then you don't worry about the Fire Flower here at all. Then you can use the Fire Flower for the escort on the right side. If you use the Fire Flower for the escort, then you use the spring down here. I don't feel totally spoiled by that because I have done that before, so that suggestion, I guess, is fair game. Yep. No, that's absolutely right. No, I remember that now. The other 3 segments, as I said, will be totally new to me, but we'll see how everything comes together. Whoops. No, I didn't want that first. Hang on. Let's redo this. Yeah, let's go back here. And let's think about order. So we know that SMB2 or the sword had to be last. I think... well, no, in terms of getting the stump, and then you come back and you grab the flower. In order to do that, though, you would still need a way to get up to that top slot. Which means you would need to be able to stand on top of an object here. So we can't just use... no, you're fine, actually. Because when you move the stump with SMB2, you don't pop that with a sword. The reason you get the stump with the SMB2 mushroom is because then you can place the stump here and move the spring over here. Then you finish with a Fire Flower, and the Fire Flower comes through the door, and then you pop the ice coins. So, in that case, we know the sword should come first. And then you pop this. And then you pop the flower. And yeah, Netcat, I hope the levels were fine on your side. I was lurking a little bit earlier while you were running something, but I don't think I had a very clear idea of what it was you were on. Okay. Alright, let's pop this through the tree. Come on. Down input has not really been behaving for me lately, who knows why. Pop the flower across the decoration. As anybody who played this week's 5YMM Cosmic Compass by Krakowski knows, the way that decorations are used as things that are mechanically important to the puzzle is one of the nicest features of his style of puzzle design. Something very unique. Okay, now we get SB2, and then we can do a few things. We can do this. We can then grab the spring. Once we grab the spring, then we're able to lower it in this location, which then allows me to jump up with a crouch. Once we do that, we get the stump, and then we trade these two. When we trade these two, we have access to the flower. And Netcat, I've really just started on my end today. We haven't gone very far. Whoops. Nope. Bad idea. Bad idea. Now we're in trouble. Hang on. Yeah, nope. That was an execution mistake. Just throwing the stump in the middle of nowhere. Okay, no, I understand this. That's okay, we understand what the solution is supposed to be, so let's just speed through it, make all kinds of mistakes along the way. Okay, same idea. Pop the flower, and over to the right side. Down we go. And then pop this guy to the right. Okay, now we do everything with SMB2. And we've got the order down, we just need to execute all of this gently instead of chucking items everywhere. Okay. Take this, out the top slot we go, and then we dump this guy, trade this. Whoops. Didn't manage to throw that across the tree. Drop this very gently, for once, and grab the fire flower, and that gets us across the gate. Okay, we've still got this. Now we'll actually have to see some new content, which, well, we'll see how it goes. But anyway, that's segment 1 out of 4 done. I was going into this as not knowing whose segment was going to be whose, but that was obviously Grukowski's, just having seen the previous standalone version of that puzzle. So that's going to be 1 coin. Grab this, let's do this one in the bottom left, with the POW and the helmet. Okay, that's going to give you the SMP2 mushroom. That comes out the pipe, so we know that we have access to that as many times as we want. I'm looking at ways that we could potentially lose the SMP2 mushroom in case we need to do so. I guess the skull wraps, well, I mean, they're either going to go up or down. We may as well check them at least once. Down. Down. And, okay, so they all go in the same spot here, and so maybe that winds up being important. Also, this door, I don't know if that's a reset or something else. That is a reset. Okay, so that's just a power-up reset as well, to make sure you don't smuggle any power-ups through that location. And yeah, so that's an alternate exit that doesn't give you the actual key coin, so that's how that works. Surprisingly graceful. Anyway, let's think about our objective then. Our objective is going to be the red coin or pink coin on the left side. In order to do that, I think we need to bounce something that will go up and hit the question block. If a shell is sent launching, I think that will activate the question block and get that accordingly. It doesn't look like anything is going to spawn a bomb, for instance, so it's not going to be that. POW block we need to be quite careful with, because the POW block, if something hits it, it is going to destroy everything that is grounded at the time. And so if you take out the POW with something like 1 shell, then, for example, by doing some kind of drop in this location, then the POW will just wreck everything, and that's not good. I don't know what this boo is about. This boo is a bit of a mystery right now. And And I guess, yeah, we have a couple of locations where we can use the SMB2 mushroom to pick up shells. And let's think about this too. Ah, no, I see. So, the red pipe spawns shells, and so you actually have access to up to 3 shells in this location because you have access to all the skull lifts over here. Whoops. I'm just going to check this skull raft just to make sure I know its behavior. It creates a platform over here, okay. That's interesting. And yeah, we still have the ability to get SMB2, so I'm not too worried about the boo. The boo is just a way to take damage by the looks of it. So the interesting thing is that this skull platform then prevents you from going down through the donut block. So it seems like at this point you would be locked out of this location and unable to progress. I think the idea is that you do need to somehow send a shell launching down here. If it hits the POW, it's going to blow up the existing shells, and then you would need to get a new one, but then POWs keep coming out through the pipe, right? So it's unlikely to give you much that's useful. I am wondering at the same time about what's going on with this seesaw, because I don't know what the seesaw is for. That's interesting. Okay, so you can't hit that. But it does seem like there's some potential deflection pattern of sending something across here. As well as this whole track pattern that I... Well, no, I guess the box signifies the invisible block over there. We should look at some of the bounce patterns just to research how this level works. Like, we need to see it. Also, I can put on a shell. I don't know if that's going to be useful for anything. No, that just loses it. Yeah, we're still kind of in a testing phase for this level in terms of understanding how things bounce. Yeah, that hits the POW, that respawns the POW, as expected. Grab this shell. Now, if you don't activate this block, but you do send a shell over, maybe that does something interesting. I'm wondering, because obviously we need to do something to take out the POW and have 2 shells launch down there at the same time, like one to hit the POW, one to sail past that. I guess the idea would be that you throw one shell and create enough of a time delay that you can pick up a second shell and chuck it pretty much immediately. One thing we should check is whether we have some other way of using this bridge here. No, one ways, of course, that's not going to be it. Let's just go through here. Okay, going to have a power-up reset, and then we're going to time out on this attempt anyway, with 60 seconds left, but let's get back into the room and see what else we can research about it. Okay, so we know that we don't want to activate this skull raft over here until we're ready to go down once and only once. So we're allowed to personally go down this donut gate once, and then that's enforced by the skull raft. So I think the idea is that you need some kind of shell deflection to hit the POW, and in the very narrow time window that the POW is down, you're carrying another shell, you're carrying a second shell, and you're able to chuck it through there as well. It seems like it would have to be carrying this shell down this gate at the last minute, which means that we would want to... But why would you need 3 shells here then? Unless it's just up to 3 retries as a bit of a soft limit. But I'm kind of wondering if it's a necessity to use all 3 of those skull rafts with 3 successive shells, or if something else is going on there. We'll find out soon enough, I'm sure. Anyway, let's grab SMB2. Let's do this right away. And then one thing I need to test is the shell deflection off of the seesaw. Just to see what's going on here. Okay, so that moves the shell to this location. But if this shell is alive, then it doesn't respawn through the pipe because it's matched to the shell in the pipe. Now, that may have some interesting implications. Because clearly this is useful for something. And yeah, I mean, it's a way to transport a shell over here, but then why would you want to do that? Well, one reason is that if you're wearing one of these shells, then you're able to place another one here for safekeeping. So let me take a look at how much of a timing window I have on this guy again. If we deflect it down here, then come and grab another shell, and then we have to go down immediately. Yeah, that's really tight. So we basically need some way to block one shell, perhaps, and send it down in such a way that we're able to beat it down. So, also, I don't know if I've missed any chat messages in the last 10 minutes or so, but I did have a disconnection from chat. So do let me know if I missed any messages or didn't say hi to anybody, because I did lose some chat messages from the last few minutes. So if you weren't acknowledged, that is why. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, POW block over there. Yeah, we need to rethink this a little bit. Obviously, I'll need to reset this just because of everything that's happened with it since. Ah, Funk, just you. Okay, you joined a few minutes ago and stoked to see me playing this level. Yeah, I beat Grukowski's segment, but that's because I had seen his standalone version before. And so I did eventually reconstruct my memory of the solution. Although it was kind of surprising just how rusty I was with it. Apart from the really memorable part was sending the item across the tree, of course. So, anyway, just to return to what we were doing here. Yeah, we know that this is a block. We know that the boo is mostly just... Well, I mean, it's there for you to take damage, but I don't know what else it can do. I don't know if there might be something going on here with entity limit, perhaps, where we can hit the POW in such a way that we have enough elements alive that we block the POW from spawning. I don't think so, though, because I had previously put on the helmet with other things alive on a board, and it didn't seem to be the case. We can try to test that out if we can figure out a good method for doing so. Also, notice... Oh, no, there's a spike after the reset point, so keeping SMP2 is not going to work. And I've seen M. Rixton, that's how he pronounces it. I've seen him around in some of the other streams, like hanging out in Acorn Stream, obviously, and some other places. I don't think I've played their puzzles before, though. Yeah, I might have, but... No, I definitely know who they are just from, you know, watching other puzzle streams, but I don't really know the puzzle style that well. Regardless, we're back here. We've got SMP2 Mushroom. So let's think about this. I know that if I wear the hat, then I'm able to spawn an additional fuzzy shell. But that doesn't affect entity limit, because wearing the hat actually is a -1 to the limit, right? Which is why the pipe would spawn another one. This one's very tricky, but very clever, yeah. I'm seeing that because I mean, right now I can see two possibilities. Okay, no, I can see a few possibilities. One is you just sail something over to POW. Like, you just throw a shell that goes over the POW, and it doesn't hit at all. I haven't tried that yet, actually. I feel like it's definitely not going to be something that trivial. But I want to see what the behavior is, just in case. I feel like it's definitely not going to be the solution, because it's just too simple. Like, it's going to hit, right? Actually, yeah, it's going to hit me, too. The other thing that can happen is maybe there's a way for me to get in there, however briefly, and pick up the POW and get out of the way. Like that. But then I would be unable to descend through this gate, and I'd be locked out of throwing anything there, and that's fine, because if the POW is just out of the way, then I would be able to send a shell through here. Yeah, I don't think I know Waldeme's levels either. Again, it's a maker I've seen around, but I don't think I know the levels at all. And yeah, Glitch, I remember your boss puzzle collab with Grakowski, of course, and that was a fantastic level. I hope that one's been doing well. It seems like it's built for a very specific audience, but I enjoyed that one very much. Okay. Let's not die to the boo. We'll probably die to the timeout instead. And yeah, I feel like there's no way we're going to actually get in there. I mean, we can't now because we've gone down there once already. So I can see a couple of possibilities. There are those possibilities. There is also just being able to create some kind of timing such that a shell is sufficiently delayed that by the time it hits the POW, I can get in here with the second shell ready to go. The other thing that can happen is that a shell hits the POW while I'm carrying another shell, and, well, yeah, you need to send it through really quickly to beat the red pipe timing, which I think is not going to happen. Because the POW is going to kill anything that is grounded at that point. So the question is, like, you know, do I beat the POW as a matter of timing, or do I need to relocate it, or do I need to actually just, I don't know, prevent its respawn some other way? One thing we should consider is what happens if I'm standing directly beside the pipe. And give me one moment here to, well, I mean, we're going to die to a timeout anyway. Waldeme makes very polished puzzles, usually link-themed, I say, okay. So yeah, we're going to die to a timeout. Might as well come back here for one quick look. See if we can observe anything else about this. I feel like maybe if I'm standing directly next to the pipe, then maybe we don't have the immediate respawn on the POW, but I am not sure of that, and I feel like it's not going to work. But it's worth checking. Because sometimes the pipe behaviors when it comes to those adjacencies can be a little bit weird. So for example, let's say you just... I mean, if you hit here... Whoops. No. I'm getting bounced. But let's say I hit here and then I jump. I wonder if there's a way that I could personally get pushed there, but then you'd be trapped behind a one-way panel. That's not going to be it. So let's reset this once more. So we've established a few things. We've established that we have up to 3 opportunities to raise a shell from this pipe, which respawns more shells. We've established that sending a shell up here places it in this location. If you just throw one directly to the left, like it's going to do that slow delay on the right side wall. And then it's going to come down here. Which is interesting because if it has a bit of a slow delay there, that means it can stay alive past a POW activation. Now we've established that a throw here is like throw to the left here, is going to hit the POW directly and rather quickly. Now, with all that in mind, how do we put that together? And Glitch recalls the solution to this. Okay. In that case, try not to spoil it. And yeah, no worries. You can see me fumble around and miss the thing that to you might be obvious by now. Okay, so once again, so yeah, we know these behaviors so far. We know what happens with shell here. We know what happens this. We know that we only have one opportunity to dive through this gate personally. And yeah, we know how that shell activation works. One thing I don't know is if I drop a shell on top of the skull platform. No, the skull platform is just going to go up here to the top level, so that's not going to do anything for me. However, it comes down here first. So I feel like the skull coming down here and going back up might be important, because the skull could potentially come down here and delay or obstruct a shell that's going up across the conveyor belt. However, I don't think I have a way to get there quickly enough after a shell throw here. And one Keyman gets it. It's like a redacted. Shame there isn't a conventional reset door. Interesting. And you can go back into reset. You know what? Yeah, that's obvious. I didn't even think about that, actually, Funked. I just wasn't paying attention to that, but that's because I was too busy looking at the structure of the sort of reset power-up check myself. I wonder if there's anything that we can do with the intermediate power-up state here, where you take damage as SMB2 and you get into the Super Mario state. Like, I wonder if the Super Mario state is actually useful for anything. Because maybe there's some kind of like item priority or sequence here that actually matters. The other thing that is interesting is that there's a vine that's leading up to the bit where we know there is an invisible block. And that tells me that I'm able to climb the vine without activating it, which is itself kind of interesting. Because if we get up to this location, I mean, there's got to be some kind of reason why we're allowed to do that. Unless the vine is just there to signal that the block is a vine and therefore refreshes. But the fact that I'm able to come here might be useful. Anyway, let's get back here. And what was I even going to try? Yeah, let's come back here. Let's try to do that thing I was speculating about earlier, which is grabbing this power from the side, if I can actually land on top of it, which I don't think it can happen. I don't think it can happen. I'm pretty sure the bumper will completely obstruct. Okay, so never mind that. Whoops. Oh, yeah, no, I was holding up to go through the door, but yeah, we can just reset this way. And yeah, that's fine. That still works pretty much the way we would want it to. Okay, so we know the Boo is going to peel off one item if you decide to do that somehow. This timing here is interesting. Like, this whole circuit It seems like one thing that we can do is just ensure that that shell remains alive, for instance. Like, I wonder if this is actually timing dependent or not, because if you throw a shell down here, and then if you're able to grab something else immediately and go. I don't know about that. We also know that we can't really do any kind of soft drop on... Oh, that's interesting. That's not the trajectory I had before, which is... Whoops. Let's try to jump that and see if we can do anything different with it. Yeah. Right, because as soon as you pick it up... Well, I mean, that doesn't need to happen. That was just a bit of an input error on my part. However, if you do have one helmet, you then guarantee that you're able to do some stuff with the other one. Keep alive down there, for instance. Yeah, interesting. That's not the throw interaction I was getting before from that guy, so... I wondered how I was doing it before, then, to get the bounce down low. Because it looks like it's just slightly different. Netcat, I can post a code in chat. And yeah, Glitch, that does look pretty funny in terms of doubling up on the shell. Let me just grab the code for Netcat on request. And then we'll hop back into this so we can time out somewhat gracefully. And yeah, thanks for posting that as well. Beat you to it ever so slightly. Is there anything else that we can pick up other than shells using the SMB2 mushroom? I don't think so. But then how was I able to get it through here earlier? I was throwing things a little bit differently. I think it needs to be grounded at the beginning of the throw, which means... Huh. That's interesting. Okay, so that was a little bit different. So your throw trajectory does matter a little bit in terms of how you get the shell through. I previously only saw the shell go to the left, so I'm just trying to figure out systematically how to control this here. And just so we know that for sure. And yeah, Netcat, this was a collaboration between 4 different makers. Funked did one of the other rooms. And then that's going to sail down there, okay. Hang on here. Yeah, I wonder what it was here that I did to get it to work positionally. I think it was a bit of a jump, maybe. Whoops. No, hang on. Hey, we stopped it. Wait a minute. That's interesting. That's interesting. How do we do that? Bringing the shell to a dead stop like that. How did that work? That is a neat interaction, because that could, in fact, get me something here. I need to figure out systematically how I managed to do that. Because it's not just getting hit, is it? Like, it's... I did something there to make that stop. I should have filmed that, in fact. I should have taken a clip. And it's unfortunate that I didn't, because now I'm wondering how to reproduce that behavior. Because I don't know how that happened. And I feel like it could actually be interesting, if not relevant to this puzzle, then certainly relevant to something else. We just had a dead stop, yeah, on that shell, and then... Anyway, but I need to figure out what it was I did here. Like, was it just a jump that... Because I was consistently getting it to the left earlier. Oh, I just punched it. Okay. So if you just punch a shell like that, you can move it. Hang on. Let's see if we can deflect it in a way that allows me to move it somewhere completely different. Like, for example, if we're able to do a series of head bumps on a shell that lands it over here, that would be really interesting. And we can do that, because we can have a shell come down here and do that. And now it's stuck, but the thing is, if we hit it from down here, Seesaw is going to protect it, but what we can do is we can climb up the vine, load the Seesaw a little bit differently. I think I'd have to take damage to do that. Unless this is specifically there to prevent this from happening. It might specifically be there to prevent this from happening. But if we just crouch down here, like beside the bumper, then it's not going to just get lodged that high, right? Like, I would be able to probably get here in time before it falls down. Then what happens is that that shell would go down the conveyor and land over here. If it lands over here, it's potentially affected by that skull platform. And maybe we have access to sneaking over and grabbing it over here. And Netcat, I can't possibly imagine that it would lose patience with you. Unless you're just describing yourself as somebody who takes forever to make levels, which I totally understand, because so do I. Okay, so let's do that then. Let's take this, wear this, take this, and then, oh no, it does need to get bumped before it goes all the way down here, so. However, if we stop the shell, then I can probably take damage on the Boo somewhat away. Whoops, no, not like that. But if I can get a shell deflection down here and I bump it over... No, I feel like it has to be bumped in this location, that we have to way down to Seesaw somehow. One way we can do it is by activating this block. No, that says no. Yeah, I guess that wouldn't work, because the Seesaw would still be loaded up and we'd be unable to way down the left side. Yeah, maybe the Seesaw is actually just a lock check against that kind of head bump specifically, as a way of preventing my method from doing anything useful. Okay, let's head up here. Grab this guy. Okay. Not exactly what I wanted, but... one interesting thing, though, is that you can also, if you're down here, notice that the donut block, first of all, takes priority over the skull raft. Secondly... Yeah, you need to bump this. I think it would need to bump in such a way that it's coming down to Seesaw but isn't bumped back onto Seesaw, which I don't think could actually happen unless we sit, like, maybe right here. Maybe we can sit right there. Whoops, let's not do that. Let's go back and retrieve it once more without getting hit. Nope, hang on. Play with this somewhere. Not quite what I was going for. You do have a pretty limited opportunity to do that then before things get bounced all over the place. However, this does allow me to maybe... Whoops. Let's see here, because if I come over here, and if I can weigh this down somehow... Not like that, obviously. Aramis, welcome. And, okay, so... Let's see here. Drop this thing. I'm still thinking in terms of finding some way to hit the POW and immediately throw. And maybe that's not the right approach we should be looking at anyway. Look at this. Look at this. We managed to get it across. I didn't realize there was actually a cloud on the left side over there, in fact. It would have helped to know that. I didn't even notice the cloud earlier. So that prevents you from just sending a shell over. Okay. Yeah, Funked, we played the Swamp Seesaw puzzle from Teramis a little while ago. I actually found the second half after the checkpoint to be simpler in some ways, but I think that's just because I read the relevant information for that before I had gotten to the halfway point. But it's a very interesting level, that's for sure. And the checkpoint setup in terms of how it saves your progress is really clever. I do remember that. And yeah, Sninjar, absolutely true. I don't know if you played the latest one that was part of 5YMM this week. This section here is not by Grokowski. Grokowski did 1/4 of this level. This is one big collaborative level that was published by Funked. And yeah, take this. I'm guessing, like, the more I look at this, I feel like this is supposed to prevent the head bump method from working there. But then the question is there some other way that I can just bump an object here? The other thing, too, is that if a shell is going to go down this location and come across, if I have a helmet on, I'm able to bump it from below and stop it, right? I should be able to. If a shell is sliding down here, I just bump it. The problem is that I can't actually beat the shell past a conveyor. And so I don't think that's going to do anything for me, because fundamentally, if I'm doing something like that, that's going to come down to right side. One of the issues that I'm running into is I don't remember how to reproduce the behavior I had earlier where I was getting the shell to go left. I feel like the way you throw the shell actually does matter slightly. It's partly a positional thing, partly something else, but if you do need to do like a really close-up throw to get that back and forth deflection, then that runs into some issues. Also, jumping on top of that as SMB Super Mushroom does stop it as well. That's one thing that's important to know. And yeah, Glitch, thanks for sharing that code. It's a fun one, too. You think that's how I stopped the shell from before? Yeah, that's probably it, because I would have been hit once, and then I would have been transformed into SMB1, and then, like, into the mushroom. Using the Super Mushroom, I probably stomped on that when it was right on top of the shell at the time, so... I can't really do that up here, obviously, but... maybe I can, if I take damage from the Boo before the shell comes over, and then I, you know, do a bit of a stomp. Except one-way panel will stop that, so that's not going to be it. I am still thinking about this location in terms of like whether or not we can do some kind of slow drop into the bumper. But once again, one of the issues I'm running into is that I'm just not able to reproduce the shell throw behavior accurately in the first place. Also, we forgot to kill that shell before doing all that. Let's reset. Yeah, Funked, it's a pretty interesting level because it's a mashup of their two styles. Because Glitch is usually somebody who does item-based boss battles, mostly in 3D World, but that one is not. That level is in SMB1, if I recall. And Snidjar, you're making 3 puzzles at the same time, and 2 of them contains a bit of tech. Interesting. Oh, new soup. Yes, that's right, Glitch, because of the... I remember the interaction now, actually. I think I was just thinking SMB1 because I'm currently playing SMB1 and also staring at the snowy color scheme. Yeah, this room is still giving me some trouble. I might work on some of the other rooms for a while just to see if I pick up any ideas along the way. Because this one, I feel like I've hit a little bit of a jam here in terms of not discovering anything new lately that I could be doing. Like, I mean, we know that leaving a shell alive by, for example, holding it might be interesting. You understood the point of hard blocks. That's interesting. And hello, Redbeard. Yeah, the point of hard blocks is to prevent SMB2 from picking up snowballs. Funked, I'm probably okay for now. I may need to settle in a bit, but I feel like I haven't quite explored everything that I can look at this room yet. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure the hard block is there to prevent snowballs, for sure. Yeah, Funked, what I might do is, as far as hints go, I might, like, ask you a question at some point that doesn't spoil anything, but which would at least tell me, you know, not to look in a certain part. And yes, S-Ninjar, we played all of the 5YMM levels on the the Monday night or Tuesday morning stream, depending on your time zone. And we've been doing the 5YMM, or plan to do 5YMM every week. And that one was a lot of fun, for sure. There were some pretty interesting things going on there in terms of reading the level's aesthetics. Okay, mushroom, you have a shell here. You can get multiple shells over here. Although, Funked, if you are fairly confident that you're not actually going to be, like, really spoiling anything, like if you're... I mean, you know this level, since you published it, so... And then, maybe I would at least know where not to look, in terms of what not to try, but... I feel like I just haven't explored everything here yet, in terms of just figuring out what the approach to POW should even be, really. Because, you know, you can have something like 2 shells in quick succession. No tight timing or janky tricks, yeah. Yeah, the issue, yeah, so it's not going to be something like, you know, hitting the POW when the second shell is in midair coming off the conveyor belt or something. No, I figured it wouldn't be that. I figured that would be something worth looking at, but that would be a timing so tight that it's not really worthwhile. Like if you just have 2 shells ready to go and you just bumped them into locations where you can pick up 2 shells very fast, throw one here, throw the second one almost right away, but then I would need a much more consistent way to do this row first. But I don't think it's going to be something like that. And so it's good to know that at least that's not within the search space. What did I even do to make that go left? Because that was a very specific deflection that I was doing consistently on the first few attempts, and so I don't even remember what I did now to manage that. And that's one thing that I'm not sure about, is just how did I manage to get this to go left in the first place? Like, was it a specific block that I'm standing on, or... Because I did it multiple times at a start, and I just didn't think that would be a difficult thing, but then now I'm looking at this and thinking that, like, I need to figure out the throw location that actually gets me that. Like, if you're on this block, that's not it. Let's go back and get that. Let's just test this to make sure we know the behaviors from each block. Because we need to know that consistently. even if the execution isn't going to be the thing that matters. Yeah, I feel like, despite how long I've been staring at this room, that we are still kind of in the scouting phase in terms of understanding how it's put together. Grab the mushroom. And it may very well be that my sense of the item priority is totally wrong. So yeah, if you do kind of a half tile here, nope, that hits. And then, yeah, so that makes it so that you have to crouch on your way out, which means you have to be wearing the shell if you want to smuggle a shell from left to right. So that's part of what that one-way panel is doing, apart from regulating the way that the whole shell bounce works in that location. So what did I even do here to make that go left? I don't even remember. Like, it's, maybe I was dashing into it? Yeah, I was dashing into it, so I kind of dash into it and go left. Let's see if we can do that consistently, just to make sure I know what's going on here. Nope, that's not it. Huh. I mean, maybe we can just get some kind of jump on it there. What I don't see is some way to, for example, obstruct a shell such that it would do a series of deflections over. One thing that we can do, no, a shell coming over here would hit this location. Also, if you just jump on top of this location, maybe that's interesting. Like if you stop a shell from coming back here this way. Well, let's take a look at this. But fundamentally, I think the initial trigger is something that I'm not confident in, because I feel like you don't want a shell to come in fast through here. You might want a shell to do a slow drop down here, and then you can bump it across slowly. And I don't think that would kill it. I think that should actually just bump the shell over. Like, all these one-way panels seem set up precisely to allow you to hit something from below. And I kind of like that idea of hitting from below, to make something happen there, so... Because then the idea is that you can pick up one shell, pick up a second shell, and then just hit the POW that way, except... Yeah. Very tricky. I am missing something. Like, mechanically I'm missing something. Because let's say we take this, because we know that can be refreshed. Take this guy. No, hang on. That's probably not what I wanted, but then that's what the boo is for. That's actually exactly what the boo is for, so... Yeah, we'll probably be checking the other rooms soon, just so I can make a little bit of progress on this, but, because this one is kind of eluding me right now. I mean, let's evaluate our assumptions again. Our assumptions are that we need a shell to go through the bottom layer on the left side and go through the location where the POW is currently located, because that's the only way that a shell that is in motion is going to hit the question block. We know that there's a cloud on top of the note block, which is going to prevent any sort of activation from a shell arriving on the second layer or going over to POW. We demonstrated that earlier. So it looks like we need a POW hit, followed by a second shell while the POW is down and either unable to respawn or if it hasn't respawned yet. I did check earlier if I would have potentially a way to get nudged into that location such that I can move the POW. One thing that I didn't consider is if I can do something like a shell surf with the SMB2 mushroom in that location, such that I can ride a shell over and maybe get tucked in on top of the POW and pick it up. But I think I would just get pumped out by the bumper if I do that. It might be worth trying, but I'm pretty sure I will be bumped out by the bumper. So I'll show you how that looks. Because if you move the POW, then you have a way to get through it without activating it. So the idea would be like this. Whoops. Not like that, obviously. I think I would need to take a helmet first so I can actually do a crouch and then throw. Crouch and throw, then you get on top of that. Crouch, pick up the POW. Let's try to reset and see if we can execute it that way. Because I'm thinking about a double hit when I really should be thinking about how to relocate the POW somehow. And prevent it from coming back up. One thing that I've also not considered is whether we can do something to relocate the SMB2 mushroom, but I don't think so. Anyway, let's take 2 shells. Also, I feel like the chat has been kind of blinking on and off as well. I may have missed messages again just because of the chat connection sort of failing today. So pardon me if I did miss anything. I may need to get a second chat window open or something on a different device and just to make sure I'm caught up. But in the meantime, we'll come down here, we'll try to do this drop. And Glitch went to bed. Okay, good. So I missed saying goodnight to Glitch, but Glitch is always around, so. Okay, that's not going to be it. Because it's going to hit the POW before I can activate it. But what if I manage to somehow carry a second shell down here and stop it before that happens, such that... no, because this is going to block me either way. I feel like I really do need to do a bump on the lower level in order to stop a shell at some point. And the only way I can do that is if I can figure out some kind of delayed throw that will get a shell over here. I could throw it, for instance, from the top right corner where the SMB2 mushroom is located. Not like that, obviously. And that was not quite what I needed because of the bounce. If it's, yeah, I guess if the shell is in motion going over here on the ground level, then it's always going to hit to the right. Yeah, once again, controlling the shell such that it is able to consistently go left is something that I just haven't figured out yet. As a basic mechanical thing. Yeah, because that's going to send it right. I don't really know how I sent it left in the first place. It seems like it needed a very precise hit in order to do that. And maybe the throw location does kind of matter. Nope. As you can see, the shell slowed down here. It's not going at the full speed that it was earlier. That's still not going to be it. Yeah, I feel like that's not going to be it unless I know how to make the shell go left, which currently I only know how to do this way. And it's going too fast if I'm doing that, if I want to stop it in the middle somehow. What I can do is maybe if I... Like you said, it's not going to be any kind of really fussy item manipulation, so maybe it's not going to be, you know, bumping a shell with my head slowly over to the left or anything like that, but... There is something with the SMB2 shell manipulation that I don't know then, in terms of how I'm controlling its speed, as well as how I'm controlling just its behavior when it does get thrown. Because here's one thing to check, is the difference in behavior when I try to do a crouch drop. What would normally be a soft drop, but which is just a different kind of throw here instead. If I do like a soft drop here, goes forward, and then kind of goes slowly like that. If I do just a straight throw, then it goes left. Okay. So we do know roughly how to control that, I guess. If we stand here, do a straight throw, goes left. Okay, so that's consistent. If we know how to do that consistently, then we might be in better shape. And because then what we can do is this. That's... Yeah, I guess I'm not approaching this enough as a sort of puzzle interaction here, but we'll see what we can do here just to see if we reveal any interesting new information. Nope, let's not do that. We'll keep losing shells all the time. I'm trying to send this such that I can bump it. Riston, hello. Welcome. Yeah, my chat box is glitching a little bit here today, but hopefully I do catch everything from you as you come in. This room I've been on for quite some time now, and I haven't made much meaningful progress in a while. I am kind of defying the hint that I got from Funked earlier, which is that it's not going to be some kind of tight timing or jank. It is going to be some kind of sequential interaction I'm just not seeing yet. So, like I was saying, either it's two shells across in quick succession, which would require me to perhaps bump an object here and stop it or escort it across, or it's going to be or it's going to be moving the POW somehow. Yes, the goal is to get the red coin, Riston, so currently what we have, I'll show you. So there is a note block below the coin, there is a cloud that's on top of the note block, so you can't just throw a shell over the POW. That's precisely what it prevents. So the idea is that you need to get a shell through the location where the POW is currently located, and then that needs to hit the note block on the left side, and since the shell is in the activated state, the shell would be able to hit the coin block. The question block would then activate the pink coin. We know that each of these skull platforms raise this shell from the dispenser in such a way that you can grab it with the SMB2 mushroom. SMB2 mushroom respawns here just fine. We know that throwing a shell from this location bounces on the right side wall and comes back here if its deflection follows all the way. Assuming that we don't do something like hit it from the bottom first, which I believe locks the shell into position there. One thing we can do, potentially, is bump a shell in this location. Like if we do this, take this, take this, then... whoops, no, didn't quite do that. I was trying to bump it in such a way that would just stop the shell. It doesn't really do anything except move this shell from here to here. I feel like slowing something down going here is really important. Like having some kind of shell slow enough that we're able to hit it from below. But that I don't have anything like the deflection pattern I need in order to make that happen, because there's only one way that I've found to get a shell into this slot. And it is to just do a fast throw. And that's not going to be it. That's not going to be it at all. Okay, back here. Yeah, we know that if we try to get across with this shell, we'll fail to do so. Like, this shell basically cannot exit this box. Yes, it can. Yes, it can. We just throw it out, actually. We throw it out. That's how we get it to move. So here's one thing I hadn't considered, that I can actually take that shell out of there and move it to this location. That's actually new, despite being really obvious. Because I was previously thinking that the one-way panel was constricting me from taking it across when that was just staring me in the face. Now, why is that interesting? Because it means that we can work with this whole shell respawning thing over here. Well, while wearing the wrong shell. Okay, that's fine. Means that potentially we have 3 shells to work with. But you need to be wearing this shell that's coming out of the pipe in order to spawn another one of those. And so now we're in a little bit of a difficult situation. That's not what I wanted. Let's go back. I want 2 shells to be easily accessible on the right side. And I want to be able to stop one of them. And so the way I'd do that is, let's wear 1 shell just to prevent any further complications. Let's take this, let's move it. I wonder if I'm supposed to... I mean, you can't really, like, stack the shells or escort one on top of the other, right? I don't think that works. But yeah, if I can get some kind of, like, slow way to drop a shell in here and go to the left, so I can bump it, that's one idea. I feel like that's the only thing this bridge can be for. I can't imagine that is for anything else other than doing the bump. The other thing is that you can potentially delay a shell going down that location using the skull platform if it's going down the diagonal track on its way over. But it's, like Funked was saying, not a tight timing solution apparently, so we're just taking a totally wrong approach to this. We know that we can continue taking more shells up, and that might be important. Like, if we're able to stop this shell somehow, like for example by throwing it up here, and like if we do a high jump, throw, oh nope, never mind. Thought it would just sail over and bounce. That's not the case. High jump and throw. How about this? Nope. Oh, that actually hits surprisingly conveniently. That was unexpected. Okay, let's not do that. I was hoping to deflect this in some way that would then allow me to, like, do a head bump, move the shell up to this location, and then get 2 successive shells over. We kind of know how to get 2 successive shells over, though. Like, we can do that. Let's redo this. But again, I'm sort of thinking in terms of timing, and I should be thinking in terms of logic, and that's a bit of a limitation right now. Well, if the second shell isn't in the air when the POW activates Risten, then of course it would die to the POW, unless it's mid-air by some other means. Right now, though, I don't know if sending 2 shells in there quickly is even the right idea, because the POW comes out of the red pipe so quickly. It might not be the right idea at all. I feel like it probably is the right idea, but I need to do the shell throw from inside this left side box. Now, this skull platform, as you can see from the track setup here, blocks you from going down after you've activated it once. So that's interesting, going from the side there to take that hit. Hmm. But then, like, I mean, if you fire one shell over here and then you fire a second shell... Not quite right. So yeah, you can do this. That just drops that and hits, okay. However, if you take damage and you jump on it, maybe you can do something a little bit different. Like, for example, if you jump on it, like, right in this location. That's kind of a tight timing, though. Maybe that's still the wrong idea. You know, where if you have a shell trapped in this location, you can just run directly into it and take damage. If you take damage, then you can jump on top of a different shell to stop it. So what I'm talking about is, like, what we'll demonstrate in just a moment. But the red POW still spawns way too fast. Which makes me think that we either need to move it or block it. It might be possible to block it, actually. If we activate one POW... I mean, one thing that I was trying much earlier, but kind of gave up on because it wasn't working. That was something like this, where we just stand right here. No, not like right there, because we would need to hit the POW, but hang on. Yeah, and we can't go down a second time, so I do need to reset. However, so the POW is going to hit that... Oh, wait a minute. Let's try this. Not like that. Let's try to hit the POW with that other shell on top of the cloud. No, didn't think so. It's not going to chain the interaction, obviously. The shell just dies. Okay, worth considering. Now we know that's not the case, at least. It's not going to somehow chain if it's on top of the cloud block. It does need to hit the note block on the bottom. Okay. Let's get back here. Yeah, no real way to drop this one gracefully, I think. You have to be next to the pipe with a shell when the POW activates to prevent a new one spawning. Well, I'm trying to determine that. So, for example, if you hit the POW, and you stand here, then the POW doesn't spawn, right? Like, that's what I wanted to test earlier, except I hit the bumper and I got bumped out of there. But that means that you do need to be holding a second shell. So you don't need to have a really tight timing in terms of throwing two shells in succession, but you do need to have access to a second shell quickly enough to stand here in this location to block the POW. Because once you're more than one tile away, then the POW comes up. Like in this location here, POW comes up. So you need some way to get the POW to activate while you have access to another shell that has come down with you. One way I can think of doing that is if you just activate the top donut block and like stop a shell here, but I don't know. I feel like this is maybe going to be part of the solution. As you can see that we are limited to one way down, though. Like you're only able to go down there once. But that's one thing that I'd considered much, much earlier in terms of stopping the POW from respawning just by standing there. And it still doesn't allow us to get through the problem of getting a second shell there in time for the first activation. Now, because right now I don't know how to activate that POW, or rather, like either, well, I mean, you'd have to activate a POW in the left side box, but you would need another shell to be available right away when you throw, such that you can just grab that and go. Or you would need the other shell to be milling about in such a way that it can become available somehow. And I still don't know how that's going to happen, because my ability to send a shell to the left here is pretty limited. Like, maybe it's that we go switch to SMB1 and just jump on top of a shell here, but and the way we would do that is like this. Like we would throw in this location, and then take damage. Whoops, didn't want to bounce on it twice. But you bounce on that once, and that wouldn't really do much for you, because you can drop the donut block on the side like this, but then the shell would still be here and wait to be deflected, right? So the question is, how do I do a delayed deflection on whichever shell goes here? And how do I potentially get into a position where I can get down here fast enough to bump it, or do something else with that spot? What happens if you throw a shell to the boo and drop that first donut block before the shell comes down? It would sail right over, because if it's moving at thrown speed, it should go directly over one block. I can demonstrate that, in fact. I'm fairly certain it's just going to go over. But we'll show you that in just a moment. Yeah, you see? Just like that. So no, I don't think that gets me anything. I need to find some way to stop a shell that's going down this location. And it's just going to beat me to this location. I can't actually outrun it, right? So I might want to stop the shell in midair somehow and have it drop here. So I think I had a right idea earlier with bumping a shell such that it's going to be stopped on the right side. The thing is, I didn't know how to lower it afterwards, because I didn't know how to apply weight to the seesaw here once it was lowered. Although I could take... Actually, no. I have a way to do it. One thing I didn't consider, I was thinking earlier that the only way I could take damage was off the boo. I can take damage off this shell, which means, as Small Mario, I'm able to climb up to the middle of the vine and then go left. If I go left, then I do a soft drop on a shell down to the right side. Let's try it. This is the biggest breakthrough I've made in a while, if it works. Because it is putting together of things that I did see earlier and just didn't manage to connect together. Because I was thinking all along that if I have a shell that's stuck on the seesaw, how do I lower the shell that's on the seesaw? I would need to go to the left, but then I would need to take damage in order to do that. I didn't know how to take damage on a boo, because the boo was now being obstructed by the shell. I do have a way of taking damage, though, and that's by running into the shell on the left side. So, the way we do it is this. We take this guy. We do need to wear one, because we are going to dump a second one here. We're going to then throw and then bump. Now I take damage twice. 3 times, in fact. And look how fast that shell is going. I've seen something similar before, but anyway, the important thing is we're going to lower the shell like this. And then time is going to be up, so you can't see the interaction, but you can see it's about to drop down the conveyor belt slowly. And then we can bump that shell over. Okay, we've got it. We've got it. That's the breakthrough. The breakthrough was how to take damage with this shell stoppage that we had discovered very, very early on. I think I know how to do it now, assuming that I'm taking the right shells at the right time. Okay. I'm pretty sure I have it now. Bump. And yeah, it's not even very hard in terms of execution because you just run into it. Like, you don't need to be particularly precise. So it's one of these solutions that now that I'm converging upon it, it intuitively feels right. And that's always nice to have, that you have a solution that is not as fussy to execute as you imagined. And look at that, we now have that. Which means I can grab SMB2. I only have access to 2 shells, however. Which tells me that I should not have... I need to trade these 2 shells. I need the shell that spawns in this location to be the one that goes over and down to the middle. And I need the shell out of the pipe to be the one that I pick up here. The reason is that if I pick up a shell in this location, then I'm able to wear it and spawn a 3rd one. Currently, if I pick this one up, it's not going to spawn a 3rd one because this shell down here came from the pipe. So I'm very close. I just need to reverse the shell order, and I imagine that would probably be the case. You bump this over, and there you go. Not quite, because you would now be in the way of the next shell that you throw, but you would need to like basically bump the shell close enough that you can pick it up immediately after the first shell break. Maybe. Like, you would grab a shell, you would kick that, and then you would throw the second one. Yeah, you know, no, we're close enough, we're close enough. This is good. This is good. Okay, so it's kind of interesting that I had all of the ingredients to do this very early on, probably an hour ago. I actually knew everything that I needed. And we just didn't quite get it right. So, here's how it's going to work. We do need to... this is going to require a little bit of shell placement that I need to map out. Yeah, because I need this shell to go left, and we do that by throwing it and deflecting it to the left. But then I need to bump that. Then we take a second shell to the left, and then we take damage, and then we go up to the seesaw. So we trap it on the seesaw first, then we go to the pipe and grab the second shell. That's how we use 3 pipes from... Well, 3 shells from the pipe, actually. I understand it now. That we definitely use the first one here as a helmet. You always want that one to be a helmet if you can handle it, because then you can expend it to grab a new shell whenever you want. No, that's wrong. But that's okay, we can do it again. Nope, that's also wrong, but that's okay, because we'll do it again. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now we try not to hit the bumper, because what we're going to do is throw this shell to the left. That's fine, we didn't ruin it yet. Now we take damage. Now we go up. And we drop that. Switch to SMB2. put on this helmet. Bump this guy over slightly, but not too far. That's good enough, I think. And then we take the last shell and carry it. We go down. We kick this shell. And we got it. And then we can exit out the checkpoint door. There we go. Okay, that was really satisfying, actually. And thank you, Funked. I mean, I was stuck for a long time on that one, to be honest, but that's because like we just had the pieces in front of us, and I just didn't manage to synthesize them. No, it was taking damage off that shell that I just didn't connect to the rest of everything else. And I think I was just stuck for too long trying timing stuff, even though you had explicitly warned me against it. Okay, let's do the chomp room, and let's see if we can touch the chomp. No, we can't. Okay. So, what do we have here? We have the coin on the right side. We have a P switch that's going to give us a P door. But it's only going to give us a P door if we have something to sit on. Either the stump or the trampoline. That we would need to place in this location in order to go through P. The cloud can be plucked using SMB2. It's currently dangerous to go through the chomp. It's possible. Not really possible, actually, because of the one-way panel. So one thing I should be looking at here is, okay, how do we get to the SMB2 mushroom without also using the SMB2 mushroom? Because the thing I'm thinking about is that you would need an object like... no, you can have the super mushroom. If you have the super mushroom, you are 2 tiles tall. If you are 2 tiles tall, you get through the chomp. You then can go through the one-way panel just from a height. The Master Sword can be refreshed, so what we should do is we should go for the Master Sword first in order to... well, let's see, maybe not. There we go. That's how you do it. In order to get rid of the chomp as soon as we can. You can also swim under, of course. It looks like a bomb would be required in order to bust the blocks that are under the mushroom. Are these vines? They should be, yes. Okay, bust that guy. And then the mushroom is going to be available, and that allows me to go up top. I don't want to stomp this just yet. I probably do want to bomb this, though. But I don't know yet if I will require 2 objects to stand on for some reason. Because I kind of have the idea that I will probably need to move the P-switch somehow with something like a head bump or something to that effect. Like if I swim down to that donut block as Link and bump the P-switch over. No, actually, the P-switch isn't going to be that time sensitive, I don't think. Whoops, we are out of time, but that's okay. We mapped out a lot of this stuff. A nice touch in this room by Waldemy is the M and A for hidden in the landscape for Majestic Acorn. Interesting. Let's take a look at that. Thanks for pointing that out, Funked. It's always nice to have some of these creator details. Oh, because the A is this thing here. Would the M just be the surrounding frame, then? Is that what I'm looking at? Or is it something else that you're describing? Because I'm thinking that it might be just a surrounding frame, or it might be the trees. Yeah, it's the tree outline here. Yeah. Yeah, that's really nice, actually. And that it just works organically as part of the solution. Yeah, because I see that everybody kind of created their own little touch there. I don't think I paid attention to what it was in the last room, but Grikowski, of course, had the really obvious tree, which I had noticed when I played the standalone puzzle. Okay. Okay, mushroom is available. Let's bomb this. Let's grab the mushroom. grab them. Let's bomb this. Let's grab the mushroom. Oh no, because the Link outranks the mushroom. Okay. I didn't remember that, in fact. And that would mean that I, in fact, want the chomp. Or I could blow myself up with a bomb. Never mind. I can always damage myself as Link. That's not an issue. Okay. Okay, we go through here. We then grab SMB2, and then I feel like I can always use one object for the door and one to get me back to the SMB2 mushroom whenever I want. But before we do that, let's make sure we know what we're doing with the P-switch. Yeah, so between the stump and the trampoline, one of them goes under the door, one of them goes here for easy access to the mushroom if I need it, if necessary. Let's pluck the cloud. Plugging a cloud gives me access to the P if I am Link. Yeah, I would need to be Link, and then I would need to bomb that location, and then the P would be accessible through something like the arrow shot, in fact. So let's do all the other placement first, and then go back as Link. And then I think that's the way to do it. So, same idea as what I said previously, except of course we won't get bumped like crazy. Yeah, let's just toss that there just for simplicity. And let's just go up here. And then we do this. No, maybe not. Okay, maybe that's not the right idea then. But I can also place an object over there in order to make it over. Like I can just take this, except now I expended the stump over there. Let's grab the stump instead, because we will not, I think, need to go back to SMB2. So if we can go back just by being tall, so I don't have to reset the whole thing just from placing the stump over here, well, I might need to reset the whole thing. Actually, no, I don't, because I can always go back through here, grab the SMB2 mushroom, grab the stump, and then just go back as Link. Okay, no, we're fine, we're fine. We do need both, though. We definitely need both. Come on. Yeah, because you can just do this. And then you jump. And then you grab... Come on. And then you... I didn't even need that. I just needed to do this. Yeah, and then you need to do this. Okay, so you do need to crouch for the one-way panel. Let's just bomb this. I will need to switch back to Link afterwards, but first I'll switch back to SMB2 so I can get the stump out of the way and over to the door. So yeah, we just made one little order mistake there, but it is fixable, and it actually resets very gracefully. I quite like that. Switch back to Link. And so the challenge in this room is getting it through the P door. Yes, it is. After getting the pink coin, which we already obtained in the bottom right corner. And sorry, Ariston, I know I was a little late answering that, but we got that. And then we're out. That's it. Much easier than the previous one. Much, much easier, but a very elegant one by Waldemar, who, as Funkt previously said, is a bit of a Link specialist. So we're told. Interestingly enough, we came through the pipe there, not through the P door on the left side, so we will see what the final room is, and the final room is going to be the one by Funkt, if I'm correct. One to go? Well, I don't know, because we'll see. We have the coin over here. Okay, so you have the SMB2 mushroom. You have a P-switch that creates a bit of a bridge over to the Muncher. If a POW destroys the Muncher on the bottom, then a mushroom is able to bounce over to the jump block on the left and then bounce up. But then, why would I want to do that? We haven't determined that yet. Currently, the only action I have is to either A, jump through the cloud, or B, obtain the mushroom and immediately take damage to become just a standard Super Mario who does not do anything useful. Okay, that's important to know. This guy here. It feels like I'm supposed to drop that instead, and I could have done so just by coming over here. However, this would lock me in this location. But it does now because of the spring that was on top, so that's okay. So rather than go up to that right away, we're going to drop the trampoline first. That's how we'll do it. So we come up here, drop this, and then we can drop back out here. That doesn't help me much, because I would still need SMB2 but remain undamaged. And the idea is that eventually I would want to place this over here in order to get through the door. For this question block, I would need something like the bomb, I think. However, if I'm going up to the right side, then... Oh, you know what? No. The POW is something that you can hit from underneath. The issue is getting out of there afterwards. Like, I don't have a way to get out once I come through here, unless I kill both the munchers up top, which with a single POW, I guess there's one POW on top of the muncher. Oh, and the other POW, the other muncher rather, is in a corner that is affected by the P-switch. Let's do this quickly just to... Whoops, not that, obviously. Let's just test some interactions here. I believe the POW up top is just going to... I mean, it's under one muncher. Whoops, wrong pipe. Let's get out of here. And back to the checkpoint. Okay. Alright, so we have the munchers that are on the right side. I just want to test one thing very quickly. Yeah, one muncher down, and okay, there are P-blocks on all three of these slots here, so a single P-switch does eliminate everything there. It also, however, eliminates the POW block if you don't activate it first. So if the P is the first thing to be activated, everything dies, including the POW block, and then you don't get anything down there. However, if I dropped the spring before I did this, then the SMB2 mushroom should have been able to project up here, and that would allow me to pluck the cloud and work my way back down. So we know how to do that now. Yeah. So we have to hit the top left block first, the note block, in order to drop the spring. That's going to affect the pathway that the SMB2 mushroom is going to travel down. And that's how we will manage this from there. You do this first. You go up here second. You hit the POW third. You jump to this location. And yeah, it's going to bend in such a way that you go here. Big cheers, obstructing the entire screen. And then that allows me to do a few things. It allows me to go through here, which will spawn through the door, and then will respawn everything. However, before we do that, yeah, the bumper, of course, prevents you from doing anything too destructive here. Let me just destroy everything I can, just to do it. However, once we come through here, also dropping this in the middle will allow me to go across, I'm pretty sure. And can I get anything within claw range? I don't know, but we'll do this first. hard blocks prevent any access to snowballs, we know that. The clouds do stay dead. Interestingly enough, if the clouds do stay dead, then we could potentially manipulate a few things going the other way back. If you are small, I mean, we've already taken the SMB2 mushrooms, let's not mess with that too much, but... yeah, if you hit the POW, then... our objective is to have a P-switch activation that also destroys the ice blocks by the bomb. There is a jump block that's underneath the Muncher on the right side, underneath the bomb. Such that if we toss something on the right side, such as the trampoline or something else, then what happens is that it would bump the Muncher from underneath, the Muncher would crush the bomb would blow up the blocks. So in order to do that, we would need to activate a POW, kill the Munchers, and then pluck the clouds that are on the right side. However, before we do that, we would need to... oh, okay, that's been expended. Yeah, I guess that only spawns that one time, okay. I didn't account for that. I also didn't account for whatever's going on with this question block over here. Maybe that's something bomb-related. Or maybe it's just covering up the snow. Because the idea is that if I am able to get across here with the trampoline, then... I can pluck some of the clouds, but then how do I bump the Muncher? What object do I use to do that? That's currently uncertain. If, however, all of the Munchers are eliminated... no, that's still a semi-solid. That's still not going to give me snow access. Let's go back. Yeah, this is obstructed. If I take damage, if I'm small, then I'm able to hit the P-switch, eliminate everything on the right side, however that includes the P-block. Also note, look at this, there's a one-way panel over the P such that you can step onto P running across it. I think the sub-pixel should probably take priority such that if you run over the one-way panel, the P is going to be hit. I think so. We should actually check that to be a little more certain. Well, we should reset this room first of all. I think I can't actually progress here. But we should have thought about plucking out all those clouds on the right side, for sure. But then you would need to hit the POW again to remove the Munchers that are on that side, in order to cut your way through. Oh! Notice! Trampoline falling off the track on the right side when you spawn in. I don't know how that's relevant, but I'm noticing that for the first time. I guess if the ice blocks have been obstructed, then if the trampoline comes down, maybe it does something with the bomb, but not really certain of that just yet. Let's do everything that we know about so far. I feel like everything so far is correct. That we do this, that we do this, and that we do this, and then start opening up some gates. Yeah, we definitely need to move some objects down and drop it. If, for example, we're able to take something like the POW block and move it into the claw, and throw it, for instance. Then we can drop it through the central location. And if it does that, then that would create a bridge for me to go across. The other thing I haven't considered is if I can just, like, bump myself with a spring over, but... yeah, let's not do that until we know what we're doing with the door, because I feel like using the spring now may be a bad idea. We need it to go through the door for sure. And so dropping it now and trying to run across is going to lock me. It is definitely going to lock me, in fact. That's interesting. I wonder if you can actually get locked here then. Like if you pluck the clouds and then you try to run and then you duck over the spike, and then the spike turns you into Super Mario. Super Mario would slide across with invincibility frames, hit the jump block on the right side, and then wouldn't you be soft locked on the right side as Small Mario with no way to take damage? I don't want to try that at this stage because we've done so much of the puzzle already, but I would usually try something like that just to prove that we can soft lock ourselves. So the idea is you drop the spring here, you run across, you pluck the clouds, you then run and duck across the spike, and then you soft lock yourself on the right side, right? I think that's actually possible, but I'm not going to do it. It really looks like a risk. But let's try to go through here and see what I can do. One moment here. Just going to see what we can do. What if I crouch? Can I crouch and remain crouched into the claw? No, I can't. So am I just stuck again? I might be. Because this is only going to spawn once, right? Yeah, only once. I didn't realize that this would only have the single activation. I think I really should have known that, in fact. But I don't know why that just didn't behave in a way I thought it would. Yeah, no, I think I just kind of messed up in terms of understanding the semantics here. You did your best to remove every soft lock you could think of. Yeah, no, the idea was I placed a spring here and I run across. I mean, I can sort of do a partial demonstration, and maybe I'm totally wrong, and it's not going to work. Since I'm seemingly dead here anyway. Maybe I can get pushed through. But probably not. Let's just take the death here quickly, and then... Is there any Kaizo behind the bomb? I don't think so. There is a spring that drops towards it, though. It is... No, I'm fairly sure that you have to launch the Muncher on the right side, and that blows up the bomb. I think it's very clear. That's how it's set up, in fact. Luqueto. Yeah, you see the jump block, the note block that's underneath the Muncher on the right side? If you bump an object there, it will launch the Muncher and is going to blow up the bomb right beside the ice blocks, and that's how to activate it. Let me show you the possible lock that I'm describing. We'll just do every interaction here. I am probably just totally wrong about it, depending on how this is going to work, but then wouldn't you be able to drop this here? Oh no, it goes all the way across. Like, I didn't account for bounce. Okay. Okay, that's fine then, because then that is not an issue. I was thinking that if you managed to drop an object here in the middle, like, then you could pluck, and then run. But I didn't account for the fact that the drop here would just bounce all the way. Yeah. Okay, no, that looks fine, actually. Unless you did a drop that would, like, bounce off here and then land in the middle. I mean, we can try that while we're just messing around. Yeah, I feel like you can drop the spring in the middle if you just bounce it off the bridge first, right? And then shouldn't you be able to run across? Like if you do this, and then you bounce like this, maybe one tile over. No, actually it bounces all the way. You would think that you could drop it in the middle, like if you took it up here and you did a drop. No, I think it's actually probably safe, in fact. Okay, let's just take the death again. Yeah, I also get a sense that once the bomb blows up those blocks, that's... Well, we'll see what happens with the spring on the right side, whether it's doing something to change the stacking behavior or what. But the question block on the left side looks pretty interesting. Now, because this brick doesn't die to anything other than the bomb, as far as I can tell, unless you have snowball access somewhere, which you would if you blow up the right side. Once you blow up the right side with the bomb, you actually do have snowballs. Which is interesting, because you then would be able to... well, you would still need a bomb for this, and then maybe you'd be able to access the question block for something. Anyway, let's get back here and do all this once again, and see if we can behave a little bit differently. Yeah, I feel like there's going to be a certain logic here that we will need to work with. Like, if I'm small, then I should be able to get over to P-switch, right? Let's say I take damage here. Maybe I do need to lose SMB2 at this point in order to do everything else. Yeah. Yeah, that kills everything, including the POW. But it does create the bridge, which doesn't do anything for me if I don't... Oh, P-switch gets the coin. Great. And then we can't progress, which is not so great. If I were able to just swing across with the SMB2 mushroom, though, then I would have been able to come through here, and then... Would we be able to take a snowball somewhere? I am able to come through here, though, and I can reset through this door now. And that doesn't get me anything. Okay. Yeah, I'm just making sure there's no fakery, like two separate rooms or anything. But no, we know that this is the same room because of the clouds persisting in terms of the clouds remaining destroyed as we go. Yeah, if we can find some way to... So here's what I didn't think about, was that this block, just being a regular brick, would be something that the P-switch would get rid of. But that doesn't mean anything if I don't keep the SMB2 mushroom, right? Like, I actually do need to keep the SMB2 mushroom going to the right side. When I hit the P-switch, I need to be in the SMB2 state. But then does placement of the claw prevent me from doing that? That's the question, is that if I'm tall, it looks like I can't actually get out of the claw on the right side, unless, of course, I was just losing too much momentum and failing to do it, when I could very well just do it by running across. I feel like eventually we do need some kind of object drop in the middle here, though. Even if it is, I don't know, a snowball or something. Anyway, let's take damage and let's redo this. Okay. Down we go. And then up here. And let's just navigate this whole sequence again. I think so far everything is right. I don't know if there's some intermediate move that we should be doing in the middle to manipulate any of this, but so far it doesn't really seem so. Also don't know if we should pluck all these clouds, but I think there will eventually be something like an object drop off the claw. The claw swings a little bit side to side, but this block should align anything off the claw to drop through the middle. Plucking this stuff is no longer doing anything useful for me. Do kind of wonder if this can just get me across. You know, if I place it in such a way that it just bounces me safely. No, it slides me like that, okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's not gonna work. But, getting through the door at this point doesn't seem to get me anything either, so we'll redo that and see if anything improves. Nope, I missed this. Let's take damage. Yeah, there are still a few things here that I don't really know about. We'll see. I wonder if I should be activating this guy now. I feel like I have to, because that's the only way to progress by getting the SMB2 mushroom. And yeah, we'll just run across here, hit the POW. Same idea as before. I don't know if anything in this sequence should change. Can't get over to the right side yet, as far as I know. But maybe there's some weird edge case interaction that I am not accounting for. So the question is, as the SMB2 Mario, can I make it to the top right, or is the ceiling gated in such a way that I can only make it there if I'm small? It looks like I should be able to make it over, it's just that the 2-tile height does mess around with a lot of things. And if I miss, I have to restart this because of the fact that I don't get a second crack at this door. And that's too bad. So I can go through there. I don't know if there's something else I can do with this right now, except maybe bump this guy? What if I just threw it in that position? And just bumped the Muncher up that way? Then the Muncher would just land back on top of that, right? Like, that doesn't actually accomplish anything. Unless the Muncher got bounced in such a way that it lands on the P-switch, for instance, without going through the door. I doubt it, because the door has to be useful for something. We should try something like that, though. Like, if I can just do kind of a partial jump there, followed by a throw, that would maybe deflect the Muncher. Okay, hit the Muncher. Come down here. Grab this guy. Just trying something a little bit different. Yeah, that's a bad idea. Hang on. Nope, that doesn't do anything. Worth a try. Am I within claw range if I do that? No, I'm not. Okay. Because the one-way panel wouldn't allow that. No. And yeah, I must have missed a bunch of messages there because I had another chat disconnection and I see that Funct just posted a code, so I assumed that you asked me for the code and I just missed it. I don't know why chat is failing tonight. It seems that my connection to Twitch itself is fine, but chat is through a different protocol, so sorry if I'm just not very interactive today, but thank you, Funct, for providing that code anyway. Because I'm just not able to respond to everything here. Okay, so let's see what we can do. We can just go back to where we were with the door. I don't see that this is able to do anything for me yet. Maybe I'm able to get across if I'm just very quick about the claw. No, I feel like I will get caught by the claw, and I just need full momentum on it to get over. If I get over, though, what happens? I hit the P-switch, all of this dies. And then what? I hit the P-switch, all of this dies. That gives me the bridge down low while I'm still in SMB2 form. And then I can start plucking away at the clouds down to the right side. However, that doesn't get me anything because... like, I would be able to collect this. It would open up this block. What it would not open up is any way to pick up snow. I feel like I'm only able to progress if either A, I send something over to that mantra on the right side, or I pick up snow to hit the question block on the left. But I feel like this is a stuck position because of the fact that I no longer have a way to get through the door, right? Like, this looks like it is going to be jammed. Unless there's any kind of spawn blocking that goes on with the clouds, but I don't think that would be the case. Because you should be able to overlap with clouds generally, because they're clouds. I am wondering, though, if if I collect it in some way before I go through the door, whether there is a spawn block on this guy. But we don't know any of that yet. And so the open question right now is, can I get over to the top right as SMB2, or does the claw placement here specifically obstruct me? And I feel like that's something I have to try again until I'm absolutely sure, because I haven't actually had a clean attempt at doing that. And yeah, Luqueto, like, you know what I'm describing, right? Like, if you just tested that. It comes down entirely to dropping the spring in the middle. Yeah, you have to place the spring right in the middle so you can run across as SMB2. You take the next point of damage onto Spike, and then you lock yourself as Small Mario on the top, on the bottom right, rather. So that's okay. It seemed like a. I mean, this level has been out for over a year, right? Like, it seems like something that was just maybe slightly missed, because it is difficult to drop the spring in the middle in the first place. And yeah, precisely what I was thinking in terms of that lock. Okay, let's try this again. I need to see if this is just an execution issue that I have here in terms of getting the SMB2 mushroom to behave. Well, I mean, I know how to get through the door, but I don't know how to progress past that, and even if I do progress past that and hit the P-switch on the right side, I don't know what to do from there. So I've got a few problems right now. And yeah, let's see here. Okay, missed. But if I miss, I'm just dead, right? Like, there's no progress I can make with this. Yeah, you really do have to try. I mean, I'm glad I spotted it, but it is hard to do just because of the way the spring bounces, that's for sure. Yeah, it's sort of unfortunate that you only get one crack at this. That seems to be a major limitation on what I can do, and I just need to learn how to play around that. Where maybe I'm missing a couple of intermediate steps before I do everything here with the SMB2 mushroom and the spring. Like, maybe the SMB2 mushroom is supposed to do something else for me first, or Well, I don't know, because you can get it in this position, and then what happens? You... press through here, head over to the claw. I'm missing something. Muncher is going to be a hard obstruction up there, so that's nothing. I can't get across here. Unless I have something drop off the claw, which would probably have to be something like the POW. Like, if I could see myself throwing the POW into this location and then dropping it. And using the POW as a platform. But I don't know how to get to that, because the only way we can kill the Munchers without spending the POW is by hitting the P-switch, and if you hit the P-switch, then the POW also dies. One thing is if it's possible to take the spring through the door with me. If there's some way we can find to do that, then that would be an interesting step. Like, if I somehow managed to step on something else, that then allows me to drop the spring over here. I know I can't drop the spring now because I don't have any way to get through the door. I don't think there's any way I can manipulate the P-switch. This really looks like the only way forward, but if it's the only way forward, then I'm missing something about what I can do next. Because if I go through the door as SMB2, like, can I get off the claw? Can I hit the P? I can jump off here. Whoops. Oh, I missed again. Okay. Yeah, that takes a lot of resets, actually. If getting across is somehow part of the solution. I mean, like I said earlier, I can also just take damage and lose SMB2, but that gets me into trouble with all the clouds on the bottom right, because you don't have a second point of access to the power-up. Let's check this again. Yeah, there's a power-up reset on every puzzle, so we can't just smuggle something with us down here. There is something I'm missing. And it's not snow. Whoa, okay. Didn't mean to do that. What happens by... Well, I mean, I get over here, but then that doesn't actually help me, given that I could have done that with damage to begin with. I do eventually need to get over here with the SMB2 mushroom in order to get rid of clouds and throw an object to the right. And it will, I think, take the form of a claw dropping something that I can run over, or... Actually, no, the P-blocks here indicate to me that there should be a P-switch activation with the SMB2 mushroom that allows me to come over and pluck the clouds. And, But then I don't know how to get through the door. Like, everything is still dependent on the fact that I only have access to the spring once. That's something I don't understand yet. I'm wondering if there's a way I can remotely activate a POW rather than going up to that directly, because of course I'm locked in if I'm here as SMB1, unless... What do we do this? No, that does bounce me, okay. Never mind. So yeah, we do need to do things in a previous order. Okay. Now let's see here. If we can... Let's do this once again. I don't see any reason why I would want to punch this on top. I think so far what we've discovered has to be the main sequence. But then I can't progress beyond that. I totally can get across that. And then that nukes everything. That gets me across the P-switch. And then what? Then this would take damage. Whoops. And then I can't actually progress from there because I still can't get through the door. I feel like something has to activate the question block, and that the question block is going to give me the next object that I require, such as another sideways spring. That will get me to the door. In order to do that, I need to find a spot that's going to get me a snowball. And I should have considered the P-switch expiry on this side here. Like, you come across, you pluck, 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 you go back to the left, you can't really pluck that one unless you hit the POW. But that's okay, because you don't need to do that. Let's rethink. Yeah, I should be able to get snow on top of the semi-solid, right? Like, I was thinking about that only in terms of ground, but possibly I'm wrong about that. I'm just trying to remember, because the snowball rules are so specific to this style. It's kind of interesting that you have a collaborative level that has these 4 different components and still manages to fit in an interaction that is very style specific. If so. Okay, drop this. Yeah, no, okay. Execution failure. Let's try this again. Okay, let's do it again. Clean up the execution mistakes. That was the thing mainly blocking me from the P-switch for the longest time, but it's actually really easy to get to if you're just paying attention to the claw swing, so we just burnt a lot of time not trying that accurately. Okay, over here. Yeah, we just need to push that all the way. Hit this, go down, pluck, 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 take this, and then once the P-switch expires, we go back up top. Snowball, there we go. That was all there was to it. And then the next time we come here, we eventually do that POW drop interaction. Yes. And then we can continue doing snowballs if we hit a POW. Now, snowballs, I think, do break... as we go across, but... Whoa, no. Okay, that was execution mistake again. Okay, let's reset. I think this is the right idea, though. I probably don't want to take damage on that Muncher on the right side. But we are making progress, finally. I feel like everything there is so far the correct sequence. Let's take this. Bump this. Bump this. And just try not to die to running into things. Okay. Okay. Pluck. 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 Nope, took damage. Let's try to play a little bit more cleanly. And then we can slowly make our way through. Okay. Up we go. And then... yeah, same idea as before. Eventually, we'll want to find some way to do a drop through the claw in the middle. But not yet. Okay, this is okay. Run across, grab this. Grab snow. Move this. So now that I am able to go through the top right, I actually am able to get the spring to drop in the middle if I wanted to hit something there, but obviously I do need the POW in order to get rid of that Muncher. That Muncher is a little bit of an annoyance right now because we can't get it on the same attempt that we deal with the bomb. The Muncher that's on the second from the right now, that's the issue. Because if you have a POW hit, that Muncher dies. But then the Muncher under the bomb also dies, and that means we can't launch the bomb. And so a POW hit is not going to be what we need here. However, if you throw a trampoline against that Muncher, then you would be able to bump that Muncher over, and then that would actually give you the interaction that you need. So here's the thing. So yeah, the idea is that I want to throw a trampoline against the Muncher on the right side. And thank you for the follow. Yeah, you can suggest something if you don't know the solution yourself. Like if you don't know that's something you've tried. I usually try to do these solo as much as I can, but as long as it's not a big spoiler or anything. I was thinking of, I was thinking all this time of like moving some kind of object to the right side to hit the note block to launch the Muncher. I realize now that I have to actually throw this over to hit the Muncher and launch it. And if you launch it to the right, then that's going to break. The problem is that right now I don't have a way to get another one of these once I go through and activate the P-switch again. Like, the cloud blocks are going to stay dead. Well, let's take a look at this. Thank you for the follow. You know, the note block... Sorry, the spring that's dropping through the ice blocks is actually perhaps important here. Because now I'm in a state that's going to be stuck. Since activating this is going to eradicate the munchers as well as the POW. And yeah, Mike, thank you for dropping by. Hit the P-switch. Go over to the right side. I don't know, because if you hit the POW, that's... does also destroy the bomb, right? Or am I wrong about this? Because if you use a snowball, that doesn't really get you anything anymore. There's one thing we do have to try here, I think, which is... Yeah, you can only reset through the door so many times, but having access to the... Like, if the ice blocks are destroyed, then that gives you a trampoline drop down to that location, which gives you a third reset. So you do need to blow up the muncher on that attempt, it seems. But you need to blow up the muncher in such a way that you're able to get across, which... So suppose we drop a snowball here. And we drop a snowball through the middle. And let's just say we create a passage like this. Am I able to run across? Yes, I am. Because it's SMB2. That's the solution. You drop a snowball in the middle and you run across with a spring, and then you hit the muncher, and that blows up the bomb, and then that also means that you have a safe passage back across to the left. Because the snowball remains alive since you are using the SMB2 mushroom. And that's the idea. Okay, we've got it. We got it. We absolutely have this. And I know how the rest of the sequence should go now, in fact. I think I understand it. Pluck this, do this. Yeah, it took me a while to just look at this and analyze it, but I think I understand it. Okay. I don't even need to do that very urgently, in fact, because we are going to get a snowball to hit the mushroom block. And so, we hit this first. Then, the next thing we do is we drop a second snowball. Yeah, the next thing we do is drop this. Actually, one thing we can do, in fact... I wonder if I can create an even safer bridge. No, because the snowball's going to roll and it's going to die, so never mind that. Let's just do this. Oh, no. Got bumped again. Alright, let's reset. I have the solution, I just need to execute it without running into spikes all the time. I have most of the solution. I have everything up to the third reset with the... I know how to blow up the bomb. I know how to reset the door after blowing up the bomb so that we can hit the next P-switch and probably get out the door. Alright, let's do this. Up here. Pluck. Pluck. Do this. P-switch... We don't actually need to do this side yet. We just need to make sure that's down. Might be easier if I leave those clouds, in fact. Because it'll be safer, since I know that I won't hit the muncher. Next time I should just leave those clouds on the right side. Because it'll actually be easier to execute without making mistakes. And now I have as many snowballs as I want. In fact, No, the snowballs will otherwise... Like, they're going to die in all other circumstances. Like, you need the claw drop in order to stop them. Game audio is gone. Thank you for letting me know, Marvin Beach Mouse. That does glitch out every now and then. It actually took much longer than usual to bug out like that. So just give me a moment to fix it. Yeah, sometimes it bugs out in the first 10 minutes or so of the stream, and then I restore it, and it usually goes away, but today that just took a while to build up. Audio should be back. Let me know if there's any continued glitching. Okay, let's get across and stop. Blow up. Now we know that on the next reset, we will be able to get back over. I shouldn't have taken out all of these clouds, I think. I shouldn't have taken out all of these clouds. I really should have left one here for additional running room. So now we know to make that little adjustment just for cleanliness. So yeah, let's not bother plucking the clouds on the right side this time. Let's wait until we have the snowball in order to do that. Because then we don't risk running into the muncher from the side either. And yeah, thank you for letting me know about the sound. And that it is, in fact, apparently fixed now. Okay, bump that. Mushroom comes up here. Knock some of this stuff out. Okay. And yeah, we'll just go up and grab snowballs, and we'll do it this way. Let's not do it that way. Let's get a drop, and then let's grab a second snowball for the question block. No, no, no. Almost. And yeah, let's leave the cloud on this side first. And pluck 2. This is going to be a problem now. Okay, there we go. Now, same idea. Except... Let's reset. Didn't think about it just dropping on top of the cloud like that instead of bouncing the muncher. Okay, let's not stand so close. These things just happen. Especially when we have mapped out the solution. That's when the mistakes start getting a bit silly. I mean, it is a one-screen puzzle with one screens. Things can get claustrophobic if you're not careful, so... And yes, very much a hazard of using this item in particular. If your jumping is just a little bit off, things can get a little bit dicey. Okay, snowball time. I feel like I mapped out the solution a while ago, but that's okay. Yeah, the snowball was really the insight here, in terms of where we were going to get it. And... reset. Yeah, welcome back, Ninjar. Like I said earlier, my chat connection was blinking on and off earlier, so pardon me if I missed if you were AFK earlier. Yeah, I mean, I guess you do have the top row to work with if you wanted to create an extra space of headroom for some reason. I know, of course, that you wanted to constrain the bottom row such that you can't actually do much jumping, but from an anti-cheese perspective, I guess, part of this concept did need to be a little bit claustrophobic, but I mean, the execution mistakes are partly on me, so... Yeah, maybe your playtesters are just very precise with this kind of thing, and... let's see here. Okay, back in business. Whoa, back in business, I said. Yes, Sninjar. The red coins are mandatory because this is a set of 4 connected puzzles that are split over a central checkpoint. And so as you exit each puzzle, you do need to collect a coin. Okay, let's grab the coin. Snowball. Grab this guy here. Carefully, carefully. Yeah, maybe this slope here is a bit challenging, but who knows? It's the kind of thing that just looks easy to work with until you see somebody fail at it. Okay, let's place it in a position that I know I can reach. Let's place this in a position that will not bump against a cloud. There we go. See? Wasn't that hard. Okay, now how did that happen? I thought I would just be able to run over to Snowball gracefully the same way I did from left to right. What happened there that I kicked Snowball the way I did? I feel like, was the Snowball just too far to the left, or what happened there? Because that was unexpected. Because I thought it was dead center, and I would just, yeah, not enough speed, maybe. Yeah, I feel like it's not enough speed. Given that we, I thought I could just do that with a normal dash that would just get me over one tile, right? But apparently not. Okay, I guess we need to restrict even more space and... careful. Okay, let's hit the P. Drop down. Yeah, maybe I just eradicate one cloud, and that's all I actually need in order to make this happen. Whoops, let's not do that. Drop this. Grab this. I do love how flexible snowballs are in terms of just how many you can have active. Okay. Let's do this carefully. One tile. One tile, let's not hit the muncher. Let's get bounced over here. And sure, let's just build up tons of speed. Okay. We know that we're going to get one last trampoline dropping off the track. So now that we've reset through here, I know that hitting the P-switch will get me across... Oh, actually, no, never mind. Wonder what that last trampoline dropping off the track is all about then, if not that. Let's just leave then. Oh, okay, no, it's taking out the bomb. Yeah. Audio gone? Yeah, we'd better reset before we... Let's get through the P-door first so I don't miss the timing on this. Thank you for letting me know. We'll restore that in just a moment. I don't know why it's been suddenly cutting out now. Seemed like it was fine up to this point. Apart from that one issue earlier. And then suddenly it's starting to glitch out of me quite a bit. Usually I know what the issue is. It's a CPU-related issue on my end. That's kind of aggravated by heat. And today it didn't seem like it was that severe. But thanks for checking that for me. Always good to have some people keep their ears out for that, because I can't necessarily see that on my indicators here. Okay, are we out at last? Or do we have something past a key door? Well, we have 350 seconds to find out. And, oh, credits, okay. And I see how the credit lines don't actually lock me, which is important. There we go. That's the ending. Lots of funny faces all over the place. Well, thank you for that. Funked only took me 3 hours, mostly because of Emrixton's puzzle. We could probably improve on that time, but not today. So I did have a big list of puzzles that I wanted to get through today. I didn't expect that I would spend quite that long on this one, even though it was multiple puzzles in one. So I'm going to skip down the list and pick a few, I guess. And hopefully we pick something that doesn't take me in under 3 hours. Most people don't do it in a sitting. Well, yeah, I mean, I had, to be fair, seen the Grikowski one previously. And I know that sometimes, you know, puzzles, like when people get stuck, it can totally wear them out, and that's definitely a factor if they want to stop and just sit aside. I think it actually is the most difficult thing. Lucato, yeah, actually, just put that code in since you caught me at a good time. I have a bit of a puzzle list, but I don't mind taking a break to do a troll for a little bit. I haven't done very many trolls recently, in fact, so yeah, just throw me the code and I'll just continue talking about this puzzle while you dig that out. So, yeah, this one, I mean, I find that one of the most challenging things about streaming puzzles is that you don't really have the luxury of saying, okay, I'm just going to step away and shut this off. And then, you know, that's usually what gives you that spark of inspiration to get you unstuck, right? So we sometimes do spend a lot of time running around in circles, staring at things like with the shell puzzle where we just couldn't put things together. And Stinjar, yeah, like I'm not running a formal queue, but after I'm done with Lucato's troll, Stinjar, if you have a puzzle for me, sure, we can put that in today. The reason I don't run the queue bot during the puzzle stream is because we don't know how long the puzzles will take, and, you know, it's not worth it to run the queue if that's the case, right? So, let's take a look. And yeah, Funked, one of the reasons why I decided to do a separate puzzle stream in the first place was because of the difficulty of doing some puzzles in one sitting unless you really commit to them and stare at them for a while. Like, you really have to just lock yourself in with a thing, and sometimes it's a situation where you just don't know the mechanic, right? And it doesn't go. I think I saw a little bit of the Happy Little Troll contest being run by... I actually don't remember which streamer was running it, but maybe you can fill me in on that. I think maybe it was one of the streamers that I was watching earlier this week. It was Crad, yeah. Right, because Crad was doing it right after 5YMM this week. That's right. And I saw him playtest some other contenders for this. Inspired by Dark from Netflix. And so Crad, of course, Crad's name is right here in the title. I should have read that in the first place. Crad went for a walk in the dark. 8-minute record, let's see. And yeah, Funked, thanks for tipping off the other makers so they can see how long I stared at the thing. Okay, so nice opening here. I didn't really read this. Bullet blaster with a P-switch. This thing doesn't do anything except activate a light in the dark. This is a reset door that has a one-way panel under it. It's just there to drop you. Maybe this is just a biohazard sign or something. I don't know if this is actually going to be relevant to the solution. However, notice the wiggler that is on the top right, and that something is glowing here with pink coins everywhere. It could just be that this is relevant to whatever is built on the top half. Okay. So, this broke something. I didn't really see what. we can expect that at some point we'll be dunked into this room, and that the Mecha Koopa breaking stuff may have changed something. So let's just go forward and take a look. Yeah, I have to sort of adjust back to troll logic. I haven't seen much trolling in a while, so... but you say estimate half an hour, that's fine. We can do it. Okay, so... let's just read what's going on in this room. That if you go down... so long as the on switch is on, you can go through the pipe. I don't know... so you can see the bullet blaster in the bottom under the red pipe is sitting on some kind of surface, so it looks like perhaps there is ground there that we can land on if the state is set to off. If it's on the off state, we should be able to go into the middle with the big vegetative patch, whatever you call it. So, looks like we just need to go through multiple coins. Let's see what happens. Oh, poison down there, but there is ground above the poison. Okay, okay. Also a conveyor belt, like an on-off conveyor belt under that blaster. And yeah, puzzle mindset doesn't always work for trolls. That's very, very true. Key here with the on switch. Let's not touch that yet until we know what's happening. Okay, slide under here. Let's do things without the key and the on switch first. So just to explore the level a bit. That is going to be death. Okay, just checking. There is a key door over there, though, that requires the off state in order to drop in from the top. Dropping me onto the key coin here strongly implies anti-key death. For the first collection, right? Very, very strongly implies anti-key death of some sort. Let's see. I see that P-switch that was in the bottom right as well. We don't have enough information to process much of this right now. I don't remember getting... yeah, I did get a mushroom previously because I ducked under this. And then we... I see there's a... Is this a pipe? I'm not sure. It seemed like a blue pipe. But it might be the back of a blue pipe. And I might be obstructed anyway. Okay. We have to see what happens. Bomb is going to come down and hit the other on-off switch. Okay. So we need to get across before all this dies. So the way we do that is we hit the brick that's on the left side before the on-off state gets reset, and then we drop in through the path to the key door. Okay, let's do it. Whoops, nope, I'm too slow. This is gonna be too slow. Okay, let's redo it. And yeah, in the meantime, when I'm going down, I am just watching everything else that's going on. Yeah, you can see diagonal conveyor belt under the blaster, such that if you have the off state... Well, if it turns on, it crushes you there. Otherwise, it goes down, and it could actually potentially give you the pathway over to the right side with the P-switch and the yellow pipe. We'll see what happens there. Not relevant to me yet, so... Okay, over here. No P-switch activation. Okay, good. Let's skip this platform first. It looks like I needed to jump down here. Okay, no, that works too, actually, except we now no longer have a block here. I need to sit on top of the platform, so it is a timed switch. The platform is going to bounce up and down here, so we have a choice of which on-off state to go to, as long as we activate the platform from up top instead of below. Yeah, so I do need to activate the following platform, and then I should be able to wait for the bomb to give me one on-off state or the other, and it'll be a bit of trial and error to find out what we need. Okay. Activate. No, we need to jump off right away. I actually should have let the bomb activate a switch first so I could jump on and get off immediately. So let's go back. Yeah, let's let the bomb hit first. There we go. Now we go down here. Now, I don't know which on-off state I want next. But suppose it's on, we'll just try it both ways. We'll do on first. And that gives me a whole bunch of Wiggler flashlights, which is always fancy to look at. Interesting P-switch diagonal here that looks very much like the one that was in the poison. Okay, red pipe, blue pipe, blue pipe. I kind of feel like if I get across one of the doors, you'll have an automatic activation on a P-switch that gets me through a blue pipe. But I may be wrong. Blaster is 1-up. One-way panels, okay. So, you can go through the door. Does this give me anything? I wonder if resetting through the door gives me anything, except you would be underneath that whole setup without the platform on a track. So let's push through here first. We could try backing out through the previous door, but I don't know if that gets me anything. I'm trying to read the tracks here. The tracks give me checkpoint. The end, the beginning. The end is the beginning. Okay. Yeah, and I see this whole thing with the yellow pipes everywhere. That seems to be some kind of visual clue. The end is beginning. We see the question block down here. Seems to be a few things going on here. That's okay. Yeah, I guess the question blocks just complete the E's as well. We don't know if that's activating anything. And repeatable checkpoint, yeah. And then we die. But right now we're in the off state, and if we die, we die with the same coin collected, and that's the only coin. Okay. So we can try two different things now. We can try to do a... Oh, wait a minute. This is going to give me the off state. So something has changed here. I'm looking at the checkpoint flag setups, and something has changed here with the checkpoint logic to give me a start with the off state. I'm trying to figure out how this mechanism is working, because what information is the checkpoint preserving for me here? Apart from having hit the checkpoint with one coin collected already. I mean, I think that would be it. If you've already collected this coin when you pass through the checkpoint, that releases one entity that allows you to have one entity work like an anti-key death mechanism that then spawns and hits an on-off switch off-screen. So yeah, so it detects that you have looped around here once because you've already collected the first coin past a checkpoint. And then that allows you to go through here. And then you go through here. And then you can take either way. It's going to be trial and error. Let's just go left. Bump this, and then we'd have to go through here. And yeah, because you've collected coin 1, every time you respawn at that checkpoint, you know that you have the ability to progress with the state set to off. SMB2 mushroom here totally looks like a trap. And indeed, we're not going to jump that quickly. That is a deft location over there. This also looks like a trap, but... No, that's okay. We just need to take our time with that. 30 coin looks like a total trap, but it isn't. Unless we activated something. No, that's okay. We just need to not impulsively go for the thing on the top right. And then we just continue progressing through this level until we collect more coins. And then we will go through here because that is newly available. And the more coins we pick up along the way before we get to the next save. Here we have the beginning as the end. Strongly implying that when we drop through the door, that takes me back to the start, that the state change from the... Actually, no, there won't be a state change because the Mecha Koopa will be beginning afresh. But the on-off state may be different, and that may affect how the opening room is working. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, because if you drop into the opening room with something like the on-off state different from it is at the start... Whoops, should have checked the ceiling there. Yeah, I should have checked the ceiling there. That was a mistake. Is this going to dunk me? No, I guess we take a death. Okay, my bad. I almost always check ceilings like that. I don't know why we have flipped that, but let's just redo this sequence quickly. We know how it's going to work. I know how to repeat that pretty much exactly as we had done it. We move over here, we go left. And then we go down. Okay. Yeah, then we repeat all this. The beginning is the end. Now we try to go through the ceiling. Okay. Nope. No, that dropped me. Okay. So, same problem. Although we are big this time, I wonder if that affects anything. It could be that we need to finish this segment last before we go through the door, but I think that... I mean, I could check the ceiling again and go to the right properly. I don't know if it would have worked. We might be at the top of the screen. But we'll go back and check that a few times until I'm absolutely sure. Otherwise, we will next time go to the right side and take the right side door instead of this one. And we'll do this one later when we know that we are collecting enough pieces to potentially get us over to the key. And, okay, up we go. And let's go. So yeah, we know how to collect that. We also know how to respawn through this door, which will not do much for me, except, of course, preserve that coin. In fact, I feel like the idea here is that this red coin goes last, because this red coin is going to complete the key. And so we actually want to preserve checkpoint. And recycle through here until we've collected everything else first. Let's die to the muncher, and then we'll respawn here with the off state and continue. So yeah, it's going to give me the off state once again. And then now we know how to proceed through here. And we'll be very careful as we proceed like this. So this is new material. There's a spike ball down here that seems to be on maybe a slope or conveyor or something. It is in a bit of a weird overlap, so whatever's going on here. I guess I'm standing on top of a semi-solid and not on top of something that would collide with it. You have some coins. Let's pull the camera. This looks like it pops a mushroom and it says "aw," as though something was supposed to drop on top of this mushroom from the other block up top. Mole is probably supposed to head all the way to the left and dunk and give us the mushroom. Okay. I think we can probably avoid the mole and avoid the Cheep Cheep rather. Okay, tap this. I think we can probably do it. Let's see. Don't know about this mushroom, there's clearly something underneath it. That is not bouncing it. But a piece which would release it, so let's take the mole out. Dodge the fish. And then, there we go, mushroom. So now the question is, do we go forward to the 50 coin and see what that reveals, or do we go up? I feel like we could have tugged the mole over to the right, in fact, before it got trapped up in there. Maybe. No, let's pop it. We need to check it anyway. We'll need to find this stuff out as we go. Okay, it's going to spawn a couple of moles here. It's going to spawn a lot of moles, in fact. Okay, what does this do? Moles all over the place. That's fine, let's just proceed. And that's going to give me this coin. Alright, as before, we will not deal with the red pipe yet, because that looks like the safety coin pathway. Yeah, it must be interesting to see how the clear check path for this is put together. I am definitely thinking about that, like what the clear check dev wrote would be. Anyway, we see now that we have some alternative paths. We were missing 2 coins, which means that we want some way to get past the piranha plants, or at least to come out through these doors with the state set to off. Entity limit contraptions always amaze you? Yeah. Now that's interesting. That's because of having released these previous coins, we now are able to progress. So it seems like there's something, yeah, it's another entity limit thing going on here, where now that we have cleared 3 coins off this board, 1 under the checkpoint, 1 under each door, we now have a double off trigger. So it means that we now progress through each of these sections with a reversed on-off state. Which means that some things are going to change. We could now plausibly believe that maybe this is a trap and maybe this is good, for instance. And in fact, let's go by that logic and just try to do things in reverse. Okay, so you still can't pluck the clouds. Okay, that's fine. Now we know. So this has not changed, then. It's worth checking because we have a different thing going on. Snurjar, I'm considering whether or not it could be a twice-twice. I don't think it can be because I'm counting checkpoints. The thing here is clearly entity limit. And good morning, Aegis Cook. RX7 Man, yeah, I'm new to this. I know that it was on Krad's stream, or it would have been because it was part of the Little Troll contest. So I'm told. Yeah, we finished a 3-hour puzzle earlier today. That was actually 4 puzzles in one. And so I'm taking a look at a troll as a way to kind of cool down from that. You know, just having a troll level for dessert. But yeah, we've played a spectacular 4-in-1 puzzle earlier. Alright, let's do this again then and see if anything changes about the setup. I thought it would. And so we just need to probably not activate that thing on the right at all by proximity, because I know that there is something now going on there in terms of scroll break. No, this is entirely an on-off state thing, where it's definitely the same room, because we know about the limitations on the checkpoint placements. But as you can see, we have a little bit different visibility over everything that's going on now. We need to not activate the bomb, because the activation of the on-off switch with the bomb is what gets me into trouble with the jump block, I think. Let's just not activate it, and let's just go down this way. And yeah, because that's going to give you the first on-off activation that goes both ways, and then we're through. Arc7Man played an early version of this, okay. Yeah, I know Arc7Man is also somebody who is well-versed in trolls. I seem to remember that anyway, for some reason. Anyway, let's go back, let's take to death, and let's do the last room. Yeah, the structure of this kind of reveals itself in a very sensible way as you go along. Like, I've hardly had to repeat anything, really, ever since I found out how the red pipe control was working, and what the checkpoint setup is, generally. And so it's kind of nice, where you do have to deal with some trolls one at a time, but... And of course, you have to deal with each room in an on-state and an off-state, which is going to change some things. But this time I think we just run across to the 50 coin. No? Yes. But then do we take the mushroom? Let's say yes. If it's not the case, then we'll just skip the mushroom next time. Big deal. I like... Dark. Okay. And then this is going to mob you, and that's fine, because you're going to die with 7 coins, which... No, I do still need to beat that with 6 coins. I think I should go through there without the mushroom. Because that's the one change I know how to make. For sure. But you like dark. So it might be an on-off manipulation thing. Yeah, let's just not activate that. And then... Okay, so that's still going to drop. It says it's a no mushroom room, though, so I'm correct. I just did this incorrectly. No. It does say no mushroom on that room, because the booze actually did light that up on that attempt, and I did see it. I was thinking that the light and dark thing, you know, if you like dark, might have something to do with the on-off state, but it felt like the one adjustment I could make was just entering without the mushroom, given the way that the mole was trying to dunk one on top of me. So, we'll go back there and we'll try to do it that way, and then we'll see if that improves anything in particular. Okay, let's do this. And yeah, we'll just run across and we'll go down once again. And that's in the off state. That's fine, we didn't get dunked. So no mushroom. So do we just punch this and then drop something? I mean, we did toggle the on state, but it seems like we needed to blow up the block that's underneath the spring. Somehow. If you like dark, why don't we just double tap the switch, right? Like if you double tap the on-off switch, maybe that breaks the block open and drops you. Let's see, because like if you hit the on switch, then it lights everything up. If you like dark, then you just hit it twice with no mushroom, and then I feel like that's probably the best course of action. So let's go down and then try this again. Okay, well, let's watch the track timing here so we don't die on the same spot again and again. Okay. Yeah, that just happens. So we'll take this. We'll take this. We'll not get... Whoops. Within bomb range, first of all. Let's actually let that thing blow up. And then watch this. Okay, great. Nope, that's a mistake. But then we'll find out why it's a mistake. Like, you're not supposed to have the mushroom here. But I wonder... I mean, it's affecting something off-screen, obviously, but I don't know what. You clearly need to break the hard block that's under the spring, and that's your only way out. And so I think it's double tap with Small Mario. I think that's the only thing I can think of here as the correct solution. You double tap, you get out of there before the boos all mob you. Okay, that's going to dunk the mushroom. Let's just get out of there before the mushroom is consumed. Get down here. Single tap, double tap. Come on. How do you... No. What you do if you like the dark is you never tap the switch at all. You just never tap it, and then maybe that affects whether you have boos dropping off a track. And because I feel like it's maybe boos that are dropping off a track depending on an on-off interaction. So what we do is we... Whoops. Should have taken a coin. Let's just die. We need to take the coin. So what we need to do is get back there as Small Mario and just sit. And just sit on top of the trampoline, in fact, until we get dropped. I think that's what the arrows are indicating, that it's telling me where to exit, but we just need to sit down and not do anything. The boos still come down, though. You like dark, maybe... Yeah, because if you sit on top of that corner, then you should be able to face all the boos that come down, right? And then... Let's see here. You like dark. Let's... Unless that's supposed to be... Whoops. Unless that's supposed to be a dead end that gives you an informational clue for something else. But I don't think so. I think this is supposed to be... You know, you tuck in here and maybe you just don't move. Or you face right, maybe. I don't currently see how the boos are dropping into this location. Can you explain better? I'll try to figure it out first. Just so you get a fair reading of how I'm interpreting the clue. Okay, nope. Get out of the way. Yeah, if I needed to have an explanation, I'll ask for it, but thanks for offering. So I'm going to face right. The boos are going to drop in, and they're going to freeze. These boos are going to drop in, and they're going to mob me. Okay. Let's... I think I maybe need to get on top of the spring, but I feel like I tried that once already, so let's go back and see if we can do that differently. If you like the dark, well, should we be thinking... I mean, the hard block is something that looks really obviously like the exit, like it's supposed to drop you somewhere, but... Okay, why don't I just tap here until we... No, it looks like I just die here. No, we got something, Here's Moon. Maybe I just need to go there faster in order to freeze all the boos, because the problem is that I am trying to face all the boos to drag them into position. So we know that something happens if you do stay alive there long enough. It's just that currently actually getting into position for the boos is a little bit difficult, so... So we know that something happens. And that I shouldn't have to tap right and left constantly to make it activate, so... Nope. It is seemingly a little bit execution dependent unless I can pull everything off to the left. Like, it's a little bit claustrophobic to get on top of that spring. I feel like getting on top of it as soon as possible and letting the first wave of boos drag to the left side is maybe the right idea, and then I just face left and everything freezes, right? And then I don't need to twiddle my fingers so much. I mean, I only had 3 boos on the right side on that attempt when I saw the moon come out. There should be some kind of pattern that allows me to stay in that location without running into this issue here. Yeah, because I can't do this indefinitely. I feel like I'm obviously supposed to jump on top of the spring, and I'm just failing to do it. And then I need to find a better way to do it. So, let's go back. Let's wait for the mushroom this time instead of trying to race it. Maybe I need the mushroom after all, and then I can take a point of damage here. No, because unfortunately you just get mobbed unless the first wave goes down to the left side. I mean, I clearly need to survive there long enough to get the moon, right? So the moon's going to take care of the boos for me. But you're also telling me not to get the mushroom. Have I played Defender's Trollvitz? No, I have not. I don't think I've actually played a Defender Troll, in fact. I'm not that experienced with trolls, to be honest. I mean, maybe... Like, I feel like if I go in there with a mushroom, it's not going to activate the mechanism at all. But maybe we need to try it with the mushroom. And just defy instructions there. And that seems kind of counterintuitive, though. I think I just need to drag the first round of boos to the left before I do it. Like, the first round of boos needs to go left. And then, oh, whoops, hit that by mistake. You think it would be a good cooldown level for me after puzzles someday? Interesting. So yeah, RX-7, we'll write that down and I'll look for it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really a troll specialist. Like, I play trolls when people send them to me, right? So I haven't played, you know, the really big famous ones, I guess. No, I need to get in that slot, but... So is it just... So, Lucato, like, one thing I guess I should clarify here is it just an execution mistake here, or am I actually missing an idea that would make that cleaner? Like, am I dying there simply because I'm missing the spot, or because I don't know something? You don't need to tell me what that is, you don't need to give me the solution, but I'm just wondering if, like, I am just dying to a pure execution mistake or not. You think your hint is bad? Okay. Maybe I should just be repeatedly running into the spring. It's not execution. Okay, so it's not just about getting into that slot. Maybe I should just be running into the spring and bouncing back and forth. I don't know why that would work, but maybe the positioning actually works out somehow, so who knows. So let's just bounce back and forth and see if this works. Seems a little bit silly, but, you know, well... Nope. Okay. Yeah, this one maybe... Oh, it's a hint room. Okay, so we should not be going through there anyway, then, is what you're saying. Like the dark. You think the spring might be confusing? Yeah, I mean, it's over a hard block that looks very easily breakable, and we know that surviving there long enough spawns the moon, right? Like, I know at this point that I need to last there a certain amount of time. I don't know how to do it, but it seems like I do need to survive there for some time. Whoops, no. Okay, you like the dark. Maybe I need to do something with the on-off switch, but... Or if I hit the on switch, it's possible that I haven't read all of the information that I need in that room. Like, maybe I should light up a room and then take a more careful look at it. But I see the no mushroom hint. I see lots and lots of booze. You like the dark. And then things get crowded, right? Do I see a blue pipe? Only the one that I come down. Right? Let me take a look at it again, RX-7. Do I see a blue pipe? Oh, you mean entering the other one up top? Which we had done before, in fact. Because you spawn out through this pipe. You like dark. And so this is a pure hint room, right? Like maybe we're not supposed to go into this place to begin with. Yeah, I think maybe the hard block is throwing me off, and the fact that we get the moon is throwing me off. Like I know at this point that you get the moon if you just hang out there, but maybe that's misleading me into thinking that I'm supposed to stay there when the moon's arc coming down wouldn't actually sweep towards me anyway, right? Yeah, because it looks like if you're packing me into that bottom left corner that I'm not actually allowed to go there. And that maybe we should be looking at this instead, and that the on-off state here is what is the relevant piece of information. Okay, let's just well, I mean, we can respawn through here, and now we can grab the key, in fact. So, yeah. So I guess, yeah, I like dark thing. It's just a clue to something else. Possibly at the very beginning, if we get through that. Yeah, the moon, I think, shouldn't be able to sweep down to that corner. But you might want to check that just in case, that's for sure. Yeah. I definitely was maybe a little bit misled by that, but that's what happens. So, yeah, we have the whole end is beginning thing. I guess we just retrace our steps with the off state. Then we have the pokey over here. You like the dark, so let's keep it dark, I guess. Do we go through with a P-switch? We should try it. And then we know there's a whole Mecha Koopa thing here, and then... dark. And then you have infinite P-switch, okay. Well, if you like the dark, let's just keep it that way and go through the pipe. Enter here with P-switch intact, and then you go backwards through the stage, right? And the P-switch continues to be infinite due to the muncher in the bottom right corner. Then you just continue retracing. Whoops. Didn't see that muncher coming. By design, of course. And yeah, the muncher just kind of fakes you out. I wonder if you can actually just come up here. Okay. I guess you run backwards through the whole thing with the P-switch active then. And that's... you do in fact get access to everything. So let's actually do these. And then just run through everything backwards until we collect all of the pink coins a second time. Maybe. No, I guess not. Anyway, end is beginning. Let's just progress. It would be pretty fancy if the whole thing were just based on collecting all of the coins a second time, but I don't necessarily think that's going to be the case. Definitely some scroll breaking going on here to continue sending us back. And yeah, I guess you actually do collect all the coins and eventually go back through that key door with a new key, but with the infinite P-switch active. So let's just retrace everything once again. And we'll eventually do everything. Really neat, actually. Very elegant structure to this. Okay, that's going to zap me. That's fine. We know that now. We'll just continue going left then, and we'll see how to get out of there. No, we know it's not going to be that. I'm just wondering what else it could be. We should maybe just check the second room and see if anything differs. And yeah, RX-7 man, you have a good day yourself. And so that's going to break. Tug the camera up. I think we do need SMB2 in order to go through this, but we know that the right side is a lock, so I think we just need to do that a bit quicker. And let's see. Yeah, it really does look like we just need to reverse through every coin after everything that happened here. We'll go up. And then take both. And then P-switch will remain active there. And then we take all of this because I should have actually tried to eliminate that cloud. Just to see what would happen. Yeah, and then we need to figure out how to do the other half now. And it's going to very efficiently just take us through the whole half. Take a death, and then we take the other 4 coins, and then we go through with the other 3 coins, and then we go through the red pipe. So we'll take the top pipe this time, take 3 coins once we manage to navigate our way to the exit. Mole goes down there. Does the mole activate anything useful? Wiggler blocks the door. Let's tap this thing. On-off switch. On-off switch does what? On-off switch rolls that over, and then I need to stomp on a mole and then hit the POW. Okay. And then that should get me through. That's 2 coins. Yeah, that's great. That's great. That's everything I need in order to get through here, and then we take the red pipe. Game sound, yeah, it's started doing that within the last hour or so. Thanks for letting me know, Teramis. That's always very annoying. I'll be right back. Yeah, usually it doesn't do that at the end of the stream. It does that near the beginning, but something is bugging out right now. That's very unfortunate. Let's not accidentally start over or exit the level. Take the death, and then take the red pipe followed by the key door. Yeah, it's very elegantly structured. I do like this idea of using the entire pink coin sequence in 2 different doors completely. I think that's something I haven't really seen before. Yeah, Luqueto, I know I'm definitely not the only one to run into this recently. I've seen some other streamers run into it as well. So yeah, we're through here, this time with a different key coin setup, and then there's the flagpole. And then we still haven't gone through the part that's near the poison at the very end, so let's see. I like it. Joe Crad, yeah. Looks like we're close to the finish here. And then that's going to pop me somewhere. Oh, we're going to have a cutscene. Ah, okay, and then that's what the moon is eventually going to get rid of at the very end when it lights everything up, right? Like if we just need to survive through this cutscene a bit in total darkness. Nice use of the lighting effect, for sure. Oh, and it's almost like it's a little heart at the end, too. Let's not hit our head on that Wiggler and die at the last minute. That would be a bad idea. Break some scrolls, 1-ups. And then... yeah, good thing we got the audio fixed just in time for the finale here. GG, and then let's see if we can actually drop on top of this flag. Yeah, of course we can. Yeah, really interesting in terms of just structure and craftsmanship. I think the sort of reversal through everything with the key coins was a great idea. I think the cutscene at the end was really neat, even though we kind of nearly broke our way towards it just with the boo sequence. But I guess that kind of shows you how the boos are doubled up, right, between the cutscene and that one hint room. So, and yeah, the dark effects here were really quite nice. But I guess you like the dark, so let's mark that. Oh, I'm not running a cube. We don't need to mark that as a win or anything, but thank you for sending that. You're quite welcome to send me stuff like that when we have puzzle days where we take a bit longer. Yes, Ninjar, let's do yours, since you asked quite a bit earlier. That's the last request I'm taking, though, because I might only have time for this one. And maybe one more, but we'll see. So yeah, for those who joined late or don't know, usually on the puzzle streams I don't run an actual queue, but since we finished some of the bigger puzzles earlier today, or really just finished 2 puzzles, I don't mind just taking suggestions from people who are here. So we run viewer levels as a proper kind of viewer level queue tomorrow and the day after, so always on the Saturday morning and Sunday morning streams if you are in the EU. Okay, bad balloon puzzle. The balloon is blocking the way. Use your skills to get by it. This is fairly recent, from July, and also on one screen, so let's take a look. Yeah, the hint room, I feel like the hard block under the spring is misleading. I don't know if you can do anything about that, though, or if you actually do need that for some kind of scroll break tech. Because definitely the hard block under the spring makes me feel like there's potential for an exit, right? Depending on how the room is put together. Like, that's the one thing that makes me think it's worthwhile to stay there. Anyway, on to this puzzle. The goal here, clear condition, is to hold the trampoline. Trampoline is just located in this one spot here that we need to drop through using on-off switch. On-off switch, you can hit with an up throw using probably the Goomba. You can also use the spring. You can hit that and pick up the... no, because you can't pick up the spring until you've hit this. You don't want to activate the POW until you have done something with... Well, I mean, you don't want to kill the Goomba, basically. Let's see what this is. Fireflower. Fireflower kills the Piranha. Fireflower would then allow you to take damage as you pick up the Goomba. And that's fine, right? Like, but then why would you want the POW? What is the purpose of the POW? Oh, and the P-Balloon is an issue, because the P-Balloon would make you drop the spring, and it would violate the clear condition. So I think we actually need to push the P-Balloon out of the way or something at the end. Yeah, we might need to maybe take the POW and the spring with us and do like an object push on the P-Balloon. I think it's going to wind up being something like that. So let's take this, nuke this. Let's not nuke the Goomba. Let's shoot to the left. Okay, okay, the Muncher is protected. Let's not get hit by the Goomba then. And there we go. So we get access to the spring, and then now we need to work our way out, which is actually a slight issue because we're big. I think I can't make that jump anyway, even if I were small, right? Or no, we have the cloud. We can go through the cloud under the one-way panel. That's fine. POW kills the Muncher, but we probably don't want to do that. I think we want to use the POW for a different purpose. I think we probably want to take one object at a time and drop everything down to the left side. Probably POW first. Let's drop this guy. Whoops. Yeah. I need to take damage off the Muncher. I can't do this if I'm big. I do need to hit my head or something. So let's just slide under here if I can. Hang on. Hang on. Without picking everything up. There we go. 90 seconds. It's... Okay, no. I need to do something else with the Fire Flower. I probably should have taken damage while I was holding the Goomba. No, or we could just do this. That's fine. That's fine. We can make it. We can make it. It's not an issue. Except, no, now it's an issue. Because we can't make it through here. Okay, no, we did need to take damage on the Goomba, so let's start over. Okay. Everything was right except losing the Fire Flower. We do need to lose the Fire Flower. And otherwise, I think it's using the POW block to push the P-Balloon. I feel like that's probably going to be correct. Alright, let's take the Goomba. We could just go down this way. I don't know why I'm taking a long way here. Yeah, let's just let the Goomba wake up and hit me twice. Wake up the Goomba again. It's not totally necessary to do it this way, but maybe it is, maybe it is. Okay. It makes things a lot easier anyway, so let's do it this way. Because then I can drop the POW like this, and I don't have to worry about that corner. Okay, grab the POW. Let's grab both objects and move them over here so I can get them both across. Hang on here. I don't want to cross the one-way panel just yet. Oh, nope, that's not what I want to do. I wanted to drop the POW on top of the P. Hang on. We were almost there. Almost there. Okay. I think this was largely the right idea. Okay, might as well just hug the Goomba until we take damage. And again. So we'll just wait for it to wake up, and then... Yeah, the POW should be able to shove the P-Balloon. I'm counting on it. Right now, the solution kind of depends on that, so let's go back. And, oh, no, we just go through here. That's fine. Drop this. Cart both items across the way we had done before. And yeah, let's just be very careful here not to cross the one-way panel yet. Let's also be very careful not to throw the POW. Okay, maybe that's not the way to do it then. What do I do with the people in then? Maybe I do need to push the people in with the spring. Okay, POW is going to block the spring. Yeah, this is a problem. I can, however, use the POW to hit the on-off switch if I have a way to make sure the Goomba doesn't get killed by that. The way to make sure the Goomba doesn't kill... let's rethink it. Let's rethink it. The way to get around a P-Balloon is to have the Goomba on the right side and take damage from it at the very end. In order to do that, the Goomba cannot be the object that hits the on-off switch. The object that hits the on-off switch must be the POW. If the object is the POW, then what we need to do is we need to find a way to do that without killing the Goomba. Probably by doing this. We move the Goomba into a location where it's going to fall down. Except these... well, yeah, it needs to be sort of falling down while we hit the on-off switch. And we should probably take damage at this point just to make things a little cleaner. So let me just not kill the Goomba, first of all. The Goomba needs to remain alive, though. So the best way to do that is to make sure it doesn't, first of all, keep falling in this location. And then it's going to walk down, then fall. Nope. Oh, no, it's going to be fine, actually, except I missed a switch. Like, that pattern is fine, it's just that I missed. That's fine. We can do it, but I'm just standing a little bit off-center for the POW. Yeah, taking damage with the Fire Flower is the thing here that's slightly annoying, but we'll do it. We'll do it. Let's just reposition the Goomba. And we can even do that before we get to POW. I think that's easier. If we get out. But it's the right idea for the Goomba to come down and walk towards the P-switch. No, we need to get the Goomba into position. Just hold it, actually. And then it wakes up, it falls in a muncher. And notice that the Goomba's wake up is going to go in the opposite direction from where you're facing. That's important. And because it will allow me to take my time to set it up after I set up the POW. So we're going to set up the POW over here. Then I'm going to make sure, in fact, that standing here is actually much better instead of jumping. We bop the Goomba and then prepare it to do a big fall. Stand here. Prepare to throw up. Throwing up all over the place. Yeah, let's wait until the next... No, it's gonna miss. Yeah, that's annoying that we were not standing under a wall the right way. It's got to be the POW here, though. That's definitely the answer. Okay, that's a little bit fuzzy. I don't think I need a hit. I think I'm fine. I feel like I should be able to hit with the POW. I really don't think that's a problem. But thanks for offering, anyway. I mean, I should try it, first of all. Let's just take some damage and try to hit with the POW just to show that I'm serious about this. The way I'm doing it, I'm not sure about the point of the muncher. I mean, I guess you don't really... well, let's take a look here. No, I think I've got the idea. It's just that this thing here is unfortunately a little bit fussy to work with. Like, if I'm able to center the POW and throw it up accurately, then things should be fine. I really think that's going to hit properly. It's just a slight pain to actually set up. But I don't see any inherent reason why the POW can't hit the on switch. Except maybe you can't. Like maybe the POW just can't do a precision throw or anything. If it is the POW throw, you would think it might be a bit execution heavy. Yeah, I mean, clearly, if you can do the POW throw, you see that the solution works, right? Like it is very simple from this stage. You take the spring across, you hit the people, and you hit the Goomba, you grab the spring, you're done. But if this is meant to prevent you from doing a POW throw, then what object goes there, right? Unless you use the spring to launch the muncher above the cloud. That's the only thing I can think of. In fact, that might, in fact, be it. If you hit with the Goomba, let's try it, actually. Let's try it this way. I think maybe that's it. You up-throw the spring towards the muncher, muncher goes above the cloud. It should. Whoops. Let's do it again. And that's the one correction I can think of that does not involve the POW throw. But then the question is, why do you have the POW? And I don't think it will necessarily work, in fact, now that I look at it, because of the way the one-way panels are set up. But oh yeah, we need to throw with the Goomba. Let's grab the Goomba. Hang on. There we go. So yeah, let's try this. Just to see if the bump works as intended. I don't know if it will. Yeah, it does, okay. Except that doesn't work because the muncher's on the wrong side. Like, the muncher is, the muncher's not where you want it to be in order to get all the way over, right? Like, you actually do need the Goomba on that side. The way it might work then is if you have... Yeah, okay, if the POW throw is not the solution, then we won't do it. We definitely need a damage source after the people, though, and the way to do that... Well, I haven't figured out what the POW is for and what the interaction with the muncher is. That's something that's kind of important. Because if I can find a way to launch something to the on-off switch that does not die, I mean, does the... You obviously can't do it with a trampoline because you can't get the trampoline until the on-off toggle. This does seem kind of important, though, this one-way panel setup here, because it's the first time we've used a muncher for anything. But it's only after you've hit the on-off switch and killed the Goomba, and so that's not it. Alright, so let's redo this. It could be that using the Fire Flower to hit the Piranha is not the right idea. And that pushing the Fire Flower... Like... If you can actually push the Fire Flower... okay, let's say we hit POW, now that kills everything as expected, except the Piranha Plant. But if you can do some kind of push... let's rethink this. Because if I don't use the Fire Flower just to get through the Piranha Plant, if I use the Fire Flower to actually provide a power-up after the P, by pushing it through, for instance, then that could be something. But I would have to be able to open this up first before I do that. And in order to do that, I do need to have access to the Goomba. And I do need to get rid of the Piranha Plant some other way. Like that. If you get rid of the Piranha Plant there, then you push the Fire Flower through to the right side. And then that's the solution. And again, using the POW. So let's hit with the Goomba. This should work. Come on, don't wake up on me. There we go. And then you can hit this, but then I need to POW to push the flower down, I think. You need to escort the flower all the way, in fact, and the way to do that would be maybe to place the spring on top first. No, I don't think so, but sure, we'll do something like that. And yeah, so it's going to be some kind of Fire Flower escort. I think this is actually going to kill the flower if I do it this way. No, it doesn't. Okay. But if you take the spring and put it on top of the blue block, then you're fine, because then you escort the flower one step at a time. You have 100 seconds to do it. Okay. Hang on. Should work. There we go. Hey, Red Knight, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Nope. That was accidental. Because I got pushed by the one-way panel. No, this has got to be it. This has got to be it. And if you raise the muncher using the trampoline, then you can take damage and get back... well, no, you should not be in the flower form in the first place. You should remain Small Mario. And if you remain Small Mario, you're able to get through the gaps just fine. Cannibal Turtle, raiding with a party of 4. Let's acknowledge this. First of all, thank you, Cannibal Turtle. I hope you've been doing just fine on your end. Super Mario Party for your last stream, so hope that was quite a party. Okay, we've got a few things. We know that we don't use the Fire Flower to kill this guy. We know then that the POW is going to be used for the flower push, which means we can activate the on-off switch now. Levels are going great. We started with a 4-in-1 puzzle. That was a collaboration between 4 really good puzzle designers, and that took me 3 hours, but we did it. And then we got through a really interesting troll that was actually really neatly put together from a sort of level engineering perspective. And we're doing this one now, and that's all we've done this stream, actually. This is the 3rd level I've played this stream. But it has been a very good time, so no complaints about that. Alright, let's try to push this time and do it in such a way that will actually get me through. So the idea is that I do want the fire flower to be pushed all the way past the P-switch. The P balloon, rather. Okay, there we go. And now we do the same thing, except we need to wrap all the way around with the spring. And yeah, execution here for 200 seconds is going to be a little bit fussy. But we'll do it. And Spirit Wolf, welcome. And yeah, I'm not a very regular troll player, but it's nice to find one that I can appreciate in terms of level design that has a lot of interesting level building tricks to it. And that was definitely the case with the one we saw. So, okay, so now we push until we get all the way down. I'm going to run into a bit of a problem here when the flower... no, I'm not, because of the one-way panel. We're actually going to be fine. We're going to be fine. Okay. No, we're not fine. We're not fine. Okay, let's wrap around again. Okay. Can I push this guy? Yes, I can. It's going to be really, really fussy, but we'll do it. It's really difficult not to consume the flower. Just need to be... Well, we've got 120 seconds. I hope that's enough time to do this. It is going to be a problem when we have the flower down on that right side. I think we need to get the spring through first, in fact. Because otherwise, I can't get past the flower. And that's an issue. I can, however, throw the spring past it, and the flower will be bounced up. That doesn't help me, actually. This might be a bit of an issue. Unless we find some other way to push it down. If I dropped the spring on top of it, no, I would fall on top of the flower, and that would be a problem. No, that's fine. That's fine, actually. Okay, let's take the spring, then. Because we do need to get out with it. 67 seconds. I don't know if I can do it in that time, but we'll try it. Move this slightly out of the way without taking it off screen. Come on, pal. Time pressure here is getting a little bit intense. Okay, go. Go. Faster. We can do it. "30 seconds, let's not forget the trampoline on the way over. 20 seconds. I have to say, this is a pretty funny solution. There's just enough that's potentially misleading that it's kind of neat. No! Okay, that's okay. Time's up anyway. That's the right idea, but getting both objects through... Look, it was a timeout death anyway, right? And we spent a little while on some other execution-related issues. So. Race to the finish. That's okay. I spent too long staring at how this setup was going to go, so I think I can do it this time as long as we don't make the same mistake, which is actually somewhat likely. Alright, let's not waste too much time. The 300-second timer on this actually does add a little bit of pressure to the execution challenge at the end, even if you do know what's going on, because you do need to take the flower around quite a lengthy circuit. Let's place this guy first. I admit that was pretty funny. So. And yeah, Cannibal Eternal, if you like puzzle levels but you're bad at figuring them out, I mean, that's what this stream is for. we try to make puzzles look slightly more accessible, or at least the mistakes look slightly more hilarious. And thank you for the follow. On top of the raid, I mean, that's very nice of you. Okay, let's move the POW out of the way without running into problems. The POW is going to need to wrap around here. Okay, 200 seconds. Let's do this. And yeah, it's a fun solution here. And yeah, that troll level, I guess Red Knight, you've seen it already. That was really interesting in terms of structure. Very complex piece of machinery, for sure. Okay, same idea. Yeah, execution challenge here is a little bit fussy, but we'll see if we can make it work. Nope, we can't. That's okay. We can do it. We can do it. I'm fairly sure this is the right approach. Okay. Let's drop this. Let's do the Goomba next. Yeah, and the Goomba aligns nicely there, whereas the POW does not. Let's now do the flower. I really should have taken the spring first to move it into position, but that's okay, we can do that. And then now we take the POW back up. Okay. Okay, gotta be really careful here. Let's not expend the POW, that would be terrible. However, let's just reposition everything to just give myself enough headroom. At least we know for sure that the POW takes priority over the flower when we fall on it. And so that's one big question mark out of the way. Getting over this gap, though, is a little bit annoying, but we'll see. Yeah, getting over this gap, definitely something that could be going better. Seems like you need to bunch up right against it, but not too much. There we go. Now, like that. It's a puzzle and a precision level. It certainly feels that way. Moving a few pixels at a time. That's okay, just need to be very careful not to throw the POW or anything. Okay, got that. Everything's fine. Doing much better at this time. 140 seconds to go in this location. Let's grab this. Aha, that could have gone very badly. Come on. There we go. Nope, not too far. Okay, we're about a minute up on how we were doing at this point last time. Let's not rush it, because if I stand too close, the flower bounces back at me and I consume it. And the music's beginning to rush me. Okay, that's something we'll deal with. I do know, of course, that I'm able to pick up the trampoline on the other side of the one-way panel if necessary, so we just don't need to stuff ourselves too much here. But the item priority in terms of the collision here is a potential issue if we're not careful. We can walk through the spring like that. That's great. That's great. And then let's push the flower a little bit further to be sure. Okay. Here's a problem. I need to make sure that I am not slipping out under the right side when I'm taking this. Great. I noticed at the last minute that maybe the spring was too far to the left. If the flower were pushed all the way to the right, I might be in trouble there because I would stand up with the flower and I wouldn't be able to go left. But thank you for that. We got it eventually. Okay. Yeah, I usually only run the stream up to about the 4-hour mark. We might have time for one more short one today, just as a bit of a closer. I won't have time to do the really long ones that I've marked down because I didn't expect to take 3 hours with our first selection today. But we'll do one more. I'll just punch in a code that I already had. And I hope I'm able to stay for this, actually, because there's some small chance that I may have to cut off early. But I hopefully will not run into that problem. Okay, we usually like to finish with something by Grukowski, since they are relatively accessible and we can usually do them quickly. Grukowski, of course, was in this week's 5YMM and had an excellent puzzle level there that all of you should see if you haven't already. And we'll be, of course, doing viewer levels this weekend, but also continuing to cover 5YMM going into next week. So hope those of you who are playing that have been enjoying it. Here's Yoshi's Birthday Party, where all the dinos want to go to Bowser's Fun Zone. It has the best balloons. Now, this is in Super Mario World Castle, which means there is some chance that the in-game music will trip Twitch's copyright detection and just mute my audio and my VODs afterwards. So hopefully we don't spend too long staring at it, because that is a very common nuisance with levels in this style. And a lot of puzzle levels need this theme to work, right? Which is what's doubly annoying. Anyway, we just had a level that had a bit of a pea balloon ending. Maybe it'll warm us up for this old one. And this will almost certainly be the last thing I play on this stream today. So we're going to reach the goal while riding Yoshi. The goal axe is currently covered by the on-off switch. We have balloons. We have slopes. And Yoshi can reposition the balloons if necessary. If Yoshi repositions the balloon, then I can hit the on-off switch with it, but then I would need to lose the balloon in order to... what is it? Yeah. Yeah, we just jump, we take the P balloon, and then going down is going to be the issue, isn't it? And in fact, getting the P balloon to begin with on the downslope, maybe we can... Maybe I need to push Yoshi down the slope. Yeah, actually, I would need Yoshi to jump. Okay, unless we do that. And actually, it's a nice thing that we have the bonus music here, because we don't need to deal with the music problem I was talking about earlier. We do need Yoshi to finish with us, but that's okay, because if we reverse the on-off switch, I should be able to take Yoshi down the slope without running into this obstruction here. We'll see if that's the case. Let's grab that. Grab this guy. And then I should be able to get up this slot here. Nope, P-Balloon's too fat for that. And am I still too fat for that slope? I may be. It's possible I needed Yoshi to be ejected some other way. No, that's fine. We can do it. I may be too tall now, though. Yeah, I think I needed Yoshi to come down some other way, or just... Probably take the P-Balloon here to begin with, and then we would need some other way to get through the slope. Yeah, we can rethink this. I think Yoshi should not be trapped here on the left side to begin with, and that we need to rethink how the P-Balloon will work completely. Unless we have a way of pushing Yoshi down a slope, which I don't. No, we can make Yoshi run with damage. That's always how to do it. And we should have done that in the first place to put Yoshi in that position before we hit the on-off switch with the P-Balloon. Okay, so no, we got it. We just need to start over. The way to do it is to do everything we just did, but take damage with Yoshi after the P-Balloon spit. Okay. Whoops. And yeah, that's fine. We'll take damage here. Yoshi's gonna go down. We'll slide down gradually if necessary. Yeah, there we go. And then we escort Yoshi all the way down using the on-off switch multiple times. There we go. And let's not forget to hit the switch the last time, otherwise we're just back to start. And that will be fine, in fact. Here we go. Short and sweet. Yeah, nice to finish with a little bit of a dessert puzzle like that. Just to cap everything off for the day with a fairly straightforward solve. So. Anyway, thank you everybody for joining me today, and I know that we didn't stay very long past the Cannibal Turtle raid with everybody that was brought in here earlier, but thank you so much for joining me right at the very end anyway. And everybody else for having just watched, or in some cases submitted levels today. I think we had a pretty good mix of puzzles I had chosen and puzzles that were thrust upon me. So, with that said, we will send you folks off on a raid, almost certainly to somebody else doing Mario Maker. As I said, we will be back this weekend with viewer levels, as well as a bit of a preview show of some of the makers coming in 5YMM Week 2. That's kind of going to be tagged onto the end of our viewer level stream on the Saturday to Sunday stream if we have time. And then we'll be continuing to cover 5YMM next week. So once again, thank you everybody for joining me. We will pass you on to somebody very shortly, but in the meantime, thanks for watching. Hope you're enjoying puzzles either as a viewer or a player or both, or merely as a troll who's being counterintuitive about it all. And have a good morning, or good afternoon, or night, or whatever it is in your time zone, wherever you are. And fare thee well.